Friends of Europe, and the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. I'm Holly Ranevozanani. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Africa Europe Foundation. It will be my honor to be the MC today for today's convening. So we're gathered here because we emphasize here the need for a renewed, action-oriented Africa-Europe partnership, essential to tackling shared global challenges from climate change, health crisis, economic inequality. Inclusive policies, sustainable investment, and transformative projects are needed so both continents can progress accordingly towards the development goals. But we are also gathered here in the midst of global political shifts, where as we speak, we see what is happening in the US right now. The hearings are taking place for the upcoming EU commissioners. Our campaigns are also ongoing for the next EU leadership. And we are also gathered here today because we are all convinced that a forward-looking partnership between Africa and Europe remains the most effective tool to foster innovation and also to address the interconnected crisis for a resilient future. So together, we will aim to chart a way forward for this cross-continental partnership, from finance to health, green industrialization to digital cooperation and transformation. We required bold, innovative thinking and strong partnerships and collaboration. Action must be taken to rebuild trust and restore a commitment to cooperation, a cooperation, of course, underpinned by mutual interest and benefits. So let's kick off today's conversation with something as powerful as dialogue and data, the resonance of word crafted with care, reminding us the change we aspire all to drive. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Alan Islam, Nigerian poet, artist, and social entrepreneur, to share a piece and say today's conversation. Thank you.
Okay, just gonna do this. Good morning, everyone. I stand before you in a room where histories intertwine, where the past resounds softly, not to divide, but to remind us of the threads we must now weave together. Africa with her hand steady, Europe with her gaze shifted, each standing at the edge of a future waiting to be written. And it is time, not for an uproar, but for a quiet, gentle revolution of understanding. It is time, Africa. It is time, Europe. Time to stop looking at each other across oceans of expectation and instead, eye to eye and hand in hand. The soil between us is fertile, not for power or pity, but for partnership, a kind that grows when both sides plant, when both sides water, a kind rooted in respect. It is time, Africa, it is time, Europe. Time to not see the scars, but the strength that grew because of it. Time to hear the stories as a roadmap to a shared future. And African leaders must no longer battle with what is sacred. For Africa as a mother does not come to the table with empty hands. She brings the fire of her people and the innovation that runs through her veins. She does not owe her calm, but offers her storm with grace. And this is the shift, the moment where we stop watering gardens that no longer bear fruit, and instead plant seeds together in a soil that knows the richness of both our roots, and it creeps slowly across the sky until darkness is no longer remembered. And Africa is not rising, Africa has risen. And she does not ask for permission, because how many times must a continent stretch before the seams of its identity are too worn to mend? This is no longer the tale of broken threads. And so if we must dance, let our feet touch the same earth, not as conquerors and conquered, but as partners who know that the soil is sacred and the music is ours to create. Let the beat not be a blast from the past, but of a future crafted from both drums and both hearts. Because in the markets of Lagos and the streets of Paris, the music is changing. In Kigali and Madrid, in Nairobi and Dublin, the floor is set and the music calls us in Accra, in Luanda, in Tana, in Algiers and Brussels. Let the boy who once saw flight as escape now see it as return. And the woman in the car to not weave just basket of straws, but of hopes, dreams, and futures. We have danced this uneven floor before, but now, if we must dance, let the steps be bold and the music ours to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan Islam, for those very, very powerful words and reminding us as well why we're here and what's the purpose, of course, behind our work. So I would like to invite now President Macky Sall, so former President of Senegal and co-chair of the 6th AU Summit, to take the floor. Thank you.
I will need a translator. I will speak in French. So, good morning, everyone. Excusez-moi, je vais faire mon discours en français. Peut-être que quelqu'un ou quelqu'une va m'aider à faire la traduction. Je ne sais pas si Nathalie est là et je peux me permettre de lui demander ce service. You can do it? Okay, fine. Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs, chers amis d'Europe et d'Afrique. J'aimerais tout d'abord remercier la Fondation Afrique-Europe ainsi que la Fondation Mo Ibrahim pour cette aimable invitation au dialogue euro-africain.
Thank you very much. I first want to thank my friends for...
It's not working. Yes, fine.
I want to thank everybody and my friends, Friends of Europe and the Mo Ibrahim Foundation and the Africa-Europe Foundation for this invitation.
Le sujet qui nous réunit est un sujet d'actualité et je suis très heureux de pouvoir apporter mon point de vue là-dessus.
The topic that makes us come together today is a very important subject, which is very actual, and I'm very happy to be able to bring my opinion and thoughts on this topic.
Nous sommes à un point de bascule, nous sommes à un moment de l'histoire où le sujet qui nous réunit s'impose de lui-même.
We are at a tipping point, we are at a historic point where the topic that makes us meet together today is absolutely topical and is a priority.
Permettez-moi de saluer avec déférence ma sœur, Madame la Présidente Saleh d'Éthiopie, ainsi que tous les amis qui sont là.
Allow me to greet first my sister, President Sahle-Work Zewde from Ethiopia, which I'm very happy to see here, and all my friends who are gathered here today.
Si nous voulons maintenir et renforcer nos relations entre l'Afrique et l'Europe en les adaptant aux nouvelles réalités du monde, il nous faut parler sincèrement entre nous.
If we want to strengthen our relations between our two continents, Africa and Europe, and reinforce our position in the world, we need to talk to each other and to talk to others.
Comment envisager ces relations au-delà des contingences conjoncturelles?
How can we look towards this relation a little bit further than just the current issues and challenges?
Le premier élément de réponse, à mon avis, c'est que nous devons reconnaître et assumer pleinement la particularité de la relation Europe-Afrique en raison de l'histoire, de la proximité géographique et des sacrifices immenses consentis ensemble dans la guerre, 2 fois en l'espace d'une génération.
The first thing that we need to be aware of is that this is a very specific relationship that is built on geographic proximity and neighborhood, of course, but also on history and the sacrifices that have been consented twice already over the last World War.
Alors, autant de facteurs qui ont généré un brassage humain, des affinités linguistiques et une coopération tous azimuts.
All these factors have given way to linguistic proximity, human relationships between the people of our two continents.
Voilà pourquoi l'Europe et l'Afrique sont inséparables. En même temps, les dynamiques nouvelles se sont agrégées au fil du temps, bousculant le confort des habitudes et des certitudes préétablies.
So this is why there is this very tight relationship between our two continents. At the same time, there are new dynamics that have appeared that are challenging this relationship, and we need to adapt to them.
De l'Europe des six en 1951, avec la communauté européenne du charbon et de l'acier, nous en sommes à l'Europe des 27, avec des besoins, des contraintes et des mécanismes de fonctionnement plus variés et plus complexes.
Europe was born some years ago, grounded on the economic community of coal and steel, and has grown since with various and diverse mechanisms, complex mechanisms.
De son côté, plus de 60 ans après les premières indépendances, l'Afrique, dont la population est majoritairement jeune, est moins marquée par le fait colonial. Cette Afrique-là a également subi des mutations internes profondes en même temps qu'elle élargit le cercle de ses partenaires.
On the other side, the African continent, more than 60 years after independence, has also gone through very thorough transformation, including with a youth majority now, and has gone through deep transformation.
C'est dire que si nos relations restent particulières, l'exception euro-africaine fait face à de nouveaux défis.
This is to say that if, of course, our relationship remains very specific, the evolution means that we need to adapt and to address new challenges.
La guerre en Ukraine, survenue quelques jours après le 6e sommet Europe-Afrique, a été un test en 2022.
In 2022, Ukraine war that took place only a couple of weeks after the last 6 Africa-Europe summit is a test and has remained a test.
La déclaration de Bruxelles à cette époque visait à consolider un partenariat renouvelé pour la solidarité, la sécurité, la paix et le développement économique.
The final,
Développement économique durable.
The final declaration of the summit was aiming at strengthening and reinforcing a strong partnership between our two continents for sustainable development, peace, solidarity and security.
Parfait. Des engagements ont été pris, notamment pour la paix et la sécurité, et un paquet d'investissements de 150 milliards d'euros entre 2022 et 2027, dans le cadre de la stratégie Global Gateway. C'était une des recommandations fortes du sommet de Bruxelles.
So many commitments have been taken for peace and security with an investment pact of 150 billion euros until 2027 within the Global Gateway strategy.
Nous avions également parlé par la suite de la mobilisation des DTS, la lutte contre les flux financiers illicites, je sais qu'on va en parler tout à l'heure, la sécurité alimentaire, la transition énergétique et des programmes d'échange de jeunes citoyens, des volontaires et d'étudiants dans le cadre du programme Erasmus+.
We also talked about the mobilization of SDRs, the fight against illicit financial flows, food security, energy transition and program of exchanges between young citizens among the two continents and students within the Erasmus Plus program.
Puis, la guerre a surgi en Ukraine. L'Europe s'est recentrée sur cette urgence vitale, ce qui est compréhensible, alors que l'Afrique a gardé une certaine distance.
Then, war happened in Ukraine, and Europe focused back around this vital emergency. This is understandable, but meanwhile, Africa kept some distance regarding this conflict.
Mais il me semble que la question de l'avenir des relations euro-africaines doit être analysée au-delà de ces faits conjoncturels, qui sont certes des faits majeurs, mais restent conjoncturels. De mon point de vue, c'est l'état d'esprit même de ces relations qu'il convient de revisiter en changeant de méthode et de pratique.
But for me, the question of what next for the relationship between Europe and Africa must be analyzed ahead of what's happening just now. It's a key fact, of course, but we need to change the mindset. It's this mindset that we need to revisit. We need to change the methods. We need to change the processes. How?
Premièrement, il faut en finir avec des interventions comme celle de l'OTAN en Libye, malgré la désapprobation de l'Union africaine.
First, we must put an end to intervention such as the one of NATO in Libya, which happened against the position of African Union.
Plus d'une décennie après, l'Europe et l'Afrique continuent d'en subir les conséquences. La Libye a perdu la paix et la stabilité sans gagner en démocratie.
More than 10 years after, both Europe and Africa are still paying for the consequences. Libya has lost peace and stability without gaining anything in democracy, and the Libyan mess is feeding terrorism networks in the Sahel region and illegal migration towards Europe.
Vous avez traduit cela, c'est très bien. Donc, très bien. D'autre part, je pense qu'une autre pratique que je voudrais condamner, c'est les sanctions comme celles imposées au Zimbabwe depuis plusieurs années, voire des décennies, même en pleine pandémie de Covid-19, alors même que les circonstances ont changé au Zimbabwe et cela a contribué à dégrader également les relations Europe-Afrique et à nourrir le sentiment anti-occidental en Afrique.
I also think that sanctions, that the one that have been imposed on Zimbabwe for several years now, even in the midst of the pandemic, of the COVID-19 pandemic, and now that the circumstances have changed, they feed the degradation of the relationship between Europe and Africa, and they fuel resentment, anti-Western resentment in Africa.
Alors, le deuxième point, j'ai parlé du premier point tout à l'heure, le deuxième point, c'est qu'il y a lieu de faire évoluer la politique de coopération entre l'Europe et l'Afrique en la déconnectant des conditionnalités liées à des normes de culture ou de civilisation.
The second point is it's key to move away or to adapt cooperation between Europe and Africa, moving away from the conditionalities or from conditionalities that are linked to cultural and society norms.
Cette pratique, ces conditionnalités, dans ce que je viens de dire, cette pratique est perçue en Afrique comme une injonction civilisationnelle. Et elle est de plus en plus contestée et refusée, alors même que des alternatives sans conditionnalité politique s'offre également à l'Afrique.
This is perceived in Africa by a kind of imposing cultural and civilizational norms. It's more and more contested in Africa at the very time where alternate proposals, cooperation proposals, without conditionalities are offered to the continent.
En outre, les limites de l'aide publique au développement devraient nous obliger ensemble à promouvoir davantage le partenariat par l'investissement avec des mécanismes d'accompagnement appropriés.
What's more, the current limit of ODA should lead us to promote and move forward partnership through investment with appropriate mechanisms.
C'est ce qui permettra à l'Afrique de mobiliser des volumes plus importants pour le financement de son développement et aussi à l'Europe de bénéficier de plus d'opportunités pour son secteur privé.
This is the only way to allow Africa to mobilize further resources to finance its development and to Europe to benefit for further opportunities for its private sector.
À titre d'exemple, le paquet d'investissement du Global Gateway prévoit 150 milliards d'euros sur 5 ans, ce qui nous donne 30 milliards par an, alors que le seul secteur des infrastructures en Afrique requiert 170 milliards, selon l'étude de la Pact.
For example, the investment package of Global Gateway includes 150 billion euros for Africa between 2022 and 2027, which is around 30 billion per year. But for infrastructures only, the needs, as assessed by African Development Bank, are around 130 and 170 billion per year.
Nous avons donc intérêt à voir plus grand que l'aide publique au développement, qui ne sera pas une réponse appropriée par rapport aux besoins d'investissement du continent. Et il nous faut avancer vers des partenariats co-construits pour une croissance et une prospérité partagée.
So we absolutely need together to go a bit further than just ODA and go towards co-built partnership in order to promote growth and prosperity that are shared between our two continents.
Une Afrique qui se développe est un facteur de stabilité pour l'Europe. À l'inverse, une Afrique pauvre, acculée par le commerce inégal, le poids de la dette et le désinvestissement restera toujours une source de préoccupation pour l'Europe.
Africa, a developing Africa, is a factor of stability for Europe. On the other way around, an Africa that stays poor within illegal trade, burdened by illegal trade, by an ever-growing debt, by disinvestment, will only stay a matter for concern and worry for Europe.
La migration clandestine qui continue d'empirer en dépit des efforts considérables jusque-là déployés en est un exemple.
Illegal migration that continues to grow, whatever efforts have been deployed, is a key example.
Je pense à l'opération Frontex. Je pense aussi aux initiatives controversées sur la création de hotspots pour envoyer en pays tiers des Africains déboutés de leur demande d'asile.
I think of Frontex. I also think of these rather controversial initiatives, creation of hotspots to send back to tier countries Africans that didn't get their asile request.
Et de toute évidence, les indicateurs montrent que ces initiatives, mises d'ailleurs en échec par la justice européenne elle-même, ne concerneraient qu'une infime partie des migrants et ne pourraient donc constituer de solutions au problème global de la migration clandestine.
And to be frank, when you look at data, it shows that these initiatives that are, by the way, contested by rule of law, would only concern a very marginal proportion of migrants and are in no way a solution to the illegal migration.
Il serait peut-être plus indiqué de rechercher des solutions concertées dans les conclusions du sommet Europe-Afrique de Malte de 2015 sur la migration. Beaucoup de solutions pertinentes ont été évoquées.
It would probably be much more efficient to look back and find concerted solutions in the conclusion of the Malta Summit of 2015 on migration, where a lot of key recommendations had been defined.
La troisième et dernière considération, je pense que nos deux continents devraient travailler de façon plus solidaire sur la réforme de la gouvernance mondiale.
My third point is I think that our two continents should work, should join efforts to work together on the key reform of global governance.
Et je dois dire que l'Union européenne, par la voix du président Charles Michel, a été la première à soutenir la candidature de l'Afrique comme membre permanent du G20. Candidature que j'avais initiée lors de mon mandat à la tête de l'Union africaine.
And I must greet here the fact that European Union, through President Charles Michel of the European Council, was the first to support the Africa's candidacy as full-fledged member of G20, which is something that I had initiated when I was myself chairing African Union.
L'Afrique apprécierait certainement que cette dynamique soit maintenue sur d'autres sujets majeurs comme la transition énergétique juste et équitable et la réforme de l'architecture financière mondiale, y compris la réforme des institutions multilatérales comme le Fonds monétaire, la Banque mondiale et le changement des méthodes de notation des grandes agences de notation.
Africa would certainly appreciate that this key dynamic of joint effort on the reform of the global governance system could be pushed forwards on other key issues and challenges, such as energy transition, which should be fair and equitable, such as the reform of the financial multilateral system, including World Bank and IMF, and also such as the assessment of the key rating agencies when it comes to assessing African risk.
Pour conclure, je dirais que les relations Europe-Afrique sont à la croisée des chemins entre une époque révolue et une autre en gestation. Donc c'est une transition. Vivons une transition.
To conclude, I would say that relationship between Europe and Africa are at a tipping point, crossing roads, between time that have gone and another time that is still to build.
Nous pouvons aller vers un New Deal qui nous rapproche ou une dérive des continents qui nous éloigne.
We can either go towards a New Deal that would put us closer together, or go towards continents drifting apart from each other.
Pour ma part, je préfère le New Deal compte tenu de tout ce qui nous unit. Et c'est dans notre intérêt commun de définir ensemble un New Deal fondé sur un dialogue revisité ou revisitalisé et une vision de valeurs partagées pour un avenir prospère et mutuellement bénéfique.
Me, of course, I prefer the New Deal, given all that unites our two continents, and it's in our common interest to define together a New Deal that would be grounded on a revitalized dialogue and a vision of shared values, but the values need to be shared for a prosperous and mutually beneficial future.
Sur ce chemin de l'avenir, je proposerai comme viatique le bon sens d'un illustre européen qui a dit ceci. Je continue. Merci. Il a dit, les leaders politiques doivent avoir la sérénité d'accepter les choses qu'ils ne peuvent pas changer. Le courage de changer les choses qu'ils peuvent changer et la sagesse de distinguer entre les deux situations. Et j'ai cité le chancelier allemand Helmut Schmidt.
On this road toward future, I would like to propose the very, I would say, good sense of a great European who said once, political leaders must have the wisdom to accept things that they can't change, the boldness to change the things that they can change, and the wisdom to distinguish between both. This was German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt.
J'encourage vivement la Fondation Europe-Afrique à continuer d'œuvrer au rapprochement de nos deux continents. Je reste engagé dans cette voie. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Macky Sall, for these words and for reminding us about the importance, of course, of the partnership. And thank you very much, Natalie, as well, for the double act. So before I give the floor to our experts and to a great, exciting conversation to talk really about that partnership, financing our future together, just a couple of housekeeping rules. So these, starting from now, going to be very dynamic, interactive, and engaging conversation. There will be time, of course, for Q&A throughout the day. For those who are joining us online, please do feel free to drop your comments, and we'll make sure to bring air. And those who are here on site, we have a couple of colleagues that are all around circulating with the mics, should you like to have any brief comments or questions. So please do engage as well through our social channels using the hashtag #FutureAfricaEurope when tagging us and the partners. So now I would like to bring Ndidi Onkokwo-Nueli, who's the president and the CEO of the One Campaign, here on stage to lead the next conversation about financing our future. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am American, Nigerian American. So I think the context that we're going into is really preparing us for this conversation we're going to have today and raising the sense of urgency around financing. So the topic that I have a distinguished panel with me today is really on financing flows and how we ensure and accelerate and catalyze financing flows for Africa. And I'm delighted to be joined by an esteemed group of panelists. Dr. Donald Kaberuka, who doesn't need a lot of introductions in this context, is the co-chair of the Council on State Fragility, former president of the African Development Bank, my big brother, visionary thinker. Please welcome Dr. Kaberuka to the stage. Then we're joined by Mariam Ferran, who is the Deputy Director General, DG International Partnerships, European Commission. Please join us on the stage. She's no stranger to many of you in the audience and has been playing a leadership role on many fronts. Simon Mordu, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the European External Action Service. Simon, please join us as well. Professor Arantxa González Laye, who is the Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain, also extremely well-connected and known in this room, so no stranger at all. So you can agree with me, we have a very distinguished group. I'm going to ask for gender splitting for photos. So Donald, please move over one. You can stay where you are. You're good. Yeah, Simon, you're good. So the One Campaign, for those who don't know, is a global advocacy organization that fights for equity and justice. And we basically fight for Africa. And we ensure that and our decision and our desire is that Africa has not only the policies and investments to ensure economic opportunities and healthy lives. And this fight has gotten tougher and tougher, not just in Europe, with the many cuts in France, in Germany, in the UK, but also in the EU and many of the European countries. And you heard from President Macky Sall about the urgent need for renewed partnerships, innovation, commitment, shared goals, and we believe that strongly at the One Campaign. We believe that none of us are equal until all of us are equal, and that where you are born should not determine whether you live. And for the last 20 years, we've been fighting for Africa and fighting with Africa. And as the first African CEO of this global organization, I am convinced that we need to fight even harder, because this is Africa's time, because we have a seat at the table. We fought for a seat at the table. We deserve that seat at the table. And that we definitely need stronger partnerships across our globe to ensure commitment and equity and justice. And I'm going to start with Donald Kaberuka. Yesterday, we heard a very compelling presentation from Vera on the debt security and the debt crisis on our continent. You have been at the forefront of financing not only growth in Africa, but also restructuring a lot of the debt on the continent, but also driving private financial flows through your most recent engagement. So you understand the debt crisis. We also understand that debt is not bad. And in many contexts, debt is necessary for growth, but it's the type of debt. When we look at the numbers of the current debt crisis and the depth of it, it's staggering and it's worrisome. But from your own perspective, what is really required at this time from Europe and from Africa as we think about debt on the continent and how to restructure debt? And I'm going to add, with the news coming out of the US, what is Europe's role now, even more than ever before, as we think about the debt crisis and the debt challenge in Africa? So, Dr. Kaberuka.
Thank you, Didi. Good morning, everyone. Before I come to that, I just have two short comments. That Europe and Africa are joined at the hip is a fact. So we don't have to argue that much. That our futures are interrelated is a fact. We don't have to go that far. That Europe and Africa have been incorporating in different ways is also a fact. There have been ups and downs is also a fact. But I just want to put a question to you and to ourselves. That cooperation has been mainly based on three things. The first one was preferential market access. Africa will have a preference to the European market by duty-free, quota-free goods. Okay. Yet, Africa has lost market to those who did not have the preferences. I worked in the coffee industry as a young person, 30, okay? We had duty-free, quota-free access to the European market. Vietnam did not have duty-free, quota-free access. But yet today, Vietnam produces more coffee than the whole of Africa put together. So I just want to put that to you. But the first part of cooperation between us was market access. Second was ODA. Through the Lomé Cotonou Convention. We give you resources. But today, Africa is still more dependent on ODA than it was 60 years ago. Okay? So, another reflection for you. The third was security cooperation. And I want to really thank my friend Simon here, with whom he and I have long discussions on these issues. Is Africa more secure today than it was 60 years ago? What large period? So we have to ask ourselves these fundamental questions. We simply can't go on doing more of the same. The second fact, and then I come to that indeed, please forgive me. Look at the numbers of the population of Europe and Africa. When Europe was colonizing Africa, the population of Europe was double that of Africa. I had a chart I want to show you, but I don't have the time. Okay? Because life expectancy in Africa was 28 years when Europe was colonizing Africa, 28 years. All right? By the time decolonization was taking place, still Europe population was higher than that of Africa. All right? And life expectancy had gone up to about 45. We began to level off in terms of population around 2000. Now, we're almost 3 times the size of Europe in terms of population, because life expectancy has gone up to 65 years. I want you to think about these numbers and what we have been doing together and ask yourselves whether we need to do something different. Because that you are referring to, Ndidi, is what? Is an explanation which is straightforward. Europe and Africa have ambitions for development. But public resources, even if you tripled or you quadrupled European aid to Africa, that is still a very small portion of the needs. So you could double, quadruple European budget, it's okay. But there will still be a very small need, a small portion of what we need. That is a fact. Number 2, even if you quadrupled your budget, it is still a very small portion of what is available in the capital markets. And so logically, African countries began to look into the capital markets. What would you do? Okay. What has happened in access to the capital markets is that, as we heard yesterday, Didi, is that interest rates has moved against us. That is a fact. The risky consideration that Africa is very risky means we pay much more. And thirdly, the debt restructuring mechanisms are simply not working. They're outdated. There is this one called the Common Debt Framework. It's a dark channel for which there is no light at the end. All right? So it's as simple as that. So what we have to ask ourselves then, I think between Europe and Africa, is not whether we can have a better debt restructuring mechanism. We can think about all those issues. It's about how do we put to an end this cycle of aid and debt? That is the issue. It's not about a better debt restructuring mechanism. I can think of many of them now. But how do we put an end to aid and debt cycle? And I end on this, indeed, because my colleagues have a lot of experience on these issues. I have a habit of giving an example of a country, not because I like to give examples of Asia, but this one I should say. Each time I talk to my European friends, at least when I was in office, about our relationship, I always get a feeling there were 3 elephants in the room, unspoken, except at polite dinners. Number 1 was migration. How do you stop migration? Okay? Now, throughout history of mankind, when demography goes up, you have only 2 choices. Choice number 1, generate double-digit growth in your economy, or people will migrate. I once asked at the EU-Africa summit here, explain to me how 62% of Argentinians are of Italian origin. How did Italians get to Argentina? I could mention many other European nationalities. Something was broken in Italy. In those days, you didn't need visas and passport to move around. You needed money to get on the boat. So they went to where things were working. It's as simple as that. And number 2, 80% of migrants from Africa are not in Europe. They're in Africa. 80% of all migrants, they're in other African countries. But somehow, in polite conversations with Europeans, it is migration. The second elephant in the room was China. What is China? China is aging as out of Africa. But then you look at European economies, China is all over the place here. China is the biggest buyer of American security papers. But for some reason, the Europeans thought that the presence of China in Africa was a problem for them. I can assure you it was not a problem for us. What is the problem now is that Chinese investment in Africa, for the first time in 20 years, has actually plateaued. They were building roads, railways, dams. It is now plateaued. And the third issue among European Africans and us was always what to do with Islamic radicalism, which obviously you know very well. So I think time has come for our European friends, instead of thinking, let us give a bit more dollars, let us open a bit more markets, let's cooperate more on this and this, to rethink the relationship. To rethink the relationship. And my suggestion would be to turn around the argument this way, That is what will stop debt crisis. So today, in Europe and many of the rich countries, populations are aging. So that is a fact. As a result, savings are very, very high. Savings are very high. And outside the domain of technology, the returns on those savings are quite modest. Quite modest. Now, in our countries, Africa included, especially Africa, we have got negative savings because we're a young population. Okay? And so debt is expensive for us. So, who will stand in between aging societies with huge savings, with low returns, and the young societies with negative savings, with a huge amount of needs? That is your reform of the international financial architecture. I'm not convinced that doubling EU aid, opening market access even more, is the solution. The solution is the fundamental conversation of how do we assist Europe to deal with its demographic challenges, and how does Europe assist us deal with our demographic challenges for common good. I end on this, please. Those of you are my age, maybe I look younger than I am. In the mid-70s, you remember Poco, the Vietnamese boat people? Does anyone who remember them put hand up? So the Vietnamese were running out from Vietnam in cracking boats, going to New Zealand and Australia. And so the Australian Navy, they were all over the waters, send them back, as you try to do here in the Mediterranean. All right? Today, I tell you, Vietnam in 1994 had a GDP of 15 billion. Go and check. $15 billion. 1-5. Today, the GDP of Vietnam is $500 billion in one generation. $500 billion. Okay. Now, why do I say this? Vietnam is the size of Ethiopia.
Dr. Kabruka.
I finish. Vietnam is the size of Ethiopia. 100 million people. So, ask yourselves, does Vietnam need European help or American help? No. It is the other way around. So your secret, instead of thinking of how you do the same things you have done for the last 6 years, we need to do something different.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we've gotten a seminal lecture, lots of questions, and lots of critical issues around what is not working. And I'm going to move swiftly to Mariam, because he's raised issues. And today we've heard about the Global Gateway, we've heard about a lot of the partnerships between Europe, more announcements of what is we hope to do. And Donald is telling us they're not working. They're not working. They haven't proven to be the solution. From where you sit, what is the solution? Because we don't want to come back here 10 years from now and still be talking about the same issues. We want to unlock financing. He's talked about the financial inequities, but the opportunities that also opens up. So I know we had some pre-prepared questions, but I'm staring you to say he's asked some very important questions we cannot avoid. So can you take on some of those issues and then take on your own vantage points around the solutions?
Sure. Good morning. And definitely from the European Commission perspective, our aim is to embrace this new deal President Macky Sall was referring to, moving from ODA to mutually reinforcing partnerships. I'm not sure we have already the solution to break the vicious cycle between debt and ODA, but we definitely want to move to a third way, which is support to productive investment and local value addition. And this is the objective of the Global Gateway strategy, to which President Macky Sall also referred. We have put forward a 150 billion euros investment package for Africa, but this goes far beyond ODA. ODA is part of it, but we want to see it as the catalyzer that would allow tapping into the capital markets and the private capital, given the size that you mentioned of the investment gap. So our objective is really to move ODA from pure grants and a donor-recipient approach towards the incentive to de-risk private sector investment And this is the objective of the new financial instruments we're developing. In particular, we are moving much more towards budgetary guarantee and what we call the European Sustainable Investment Fund Plus, which aims at de-risking capital. But of course, when we speak of Global Gateway, we speak of investment. Infrastructure is at the core of it because the ultimate objective is developing sustainable growth and economic integration. So we still work on trade incentives, but focusing in intra-Africa trade, when we realize that intra-Africa trade is only 14% of African trade. And we do believe as trade as a vector of development. So to do this, we work, and we have this continental free trade area that we very much support, but we support also all the infrastructure around it that make trade sustainable. And one example of a key initiative under the Global Gateway investment agenda would be the identification of 12 strategic transport corridors. We also work, of course, on energy sources to support development, moving to the green transition and energy, renewable energy. But infrastructure and investments are one part of it, but we look at the issue on a much more holistic approach. And we also have a lot of technical assistance to support, in particular, domestic revenue mobilization, because we speak of external source of financing, but in line with the approach of African solution to African problems, domestic revenue mobilization is at the core of future access to finance. And there we have specific programs, also under Global Gateway, to support tax administration, in particular their digitalization, standards, transparency, which is fundamental to allow free flow of capital. And one key element of domestic revenue mobilization is fight against illicit flows. And this is a very important area where we are working in all those areas as Team Europe, meaning in a joint manner between our member states, our banks, the European Investment Bank in particular, and the private sector. And we have put forward a specific Team Europe initiative worth 450 million on fighting illicit financial flows. So for us, this is also in complement to investments proper, a clear and important element. The third one I want to mention is contributing to leveraging funds within Africa. And another innovative financing initiative is what we call the Green Bond, Global Green Bond Initiative, where with the European Investment Bank at the core, we are colluding several national European development banks to put forward a program that first would provide financing for the leveraging and the development of green bonds, but local green bonds issued by the individual African countries. So there we invest directly as an anchor investor, meaning we put skin in the game, but it's a joint endeavor. To support this, transfer of technology and knowledge is fundamental. So this program is also encompassing a technical assistant that supports all the steps a government needs to follow to issue green bonds, but also the development of a green project pipeline, because this is something you can have all the acts of all the finance you need. If you don't have the projects to support and projects that meet the sustainable criteria, you are basically nowhere. So working on both ends, access to finance, but also development of the projects that will make a difference on the ground. And then third, we have a common green coupon fund, which is therefore directly subsidizing the cost of issuing green bonds. So for us, this is a clear example of a new financing tool that can make an impact. And then last but not least, the third, we are cooperating in the G20 and in the multilateral fora on the reform of the international financial architecture. You say it's not the solution. It's maybe not today, but we still find it worth contributing to the G20 common framework and trying to support all the elements at multilateral level on debt restructuring. It's not the ultimate solution, but in the meantime, we have to move from where we are to a better management of the debt, but it's also working on the reform of the multilateral development banks proper and the way concessional funding is used, in particular also towards we are pushing for use and eligibility of vulnerable middle-income countries to concessional finance. We are supporting transparency in the debt restructuring because you mentioned the high risk, the perceived high risk, so supporting initiatives on transparency for a better accurate evaluation of the risk of investing in Africa. So basically 3 levels: domestic revenue mobilization, investments proper, but investment including technical assistance, including policy reform, and multilateral support to all initiatives in terms of reform of the international financial architecture.
Thank you very much. Great list of very interesting interventions. And I'm picking up from the dinner last night and the earlier conversation on the volume of illicit financial flows and the sense of urgency to move forward with action plans that we can hold ourselves accountable. It's some homework for the European Commission around having a work plan and what we can expect in a year's time or 2 years' time. Because I remember Mo challenging us, and I think I was here 7 years ago, we talked about it, and the question is what results have we achieved? And what results can we expect to achieve? So I will leave you with that question and come back later. I want to ask Simon. Mariam mentioned global financial architecture and the urgent need to reform and the efforts being made in Europe to do that. You have been spending a lot of time thinking about it, but I want to also say beyond that, as we think about some of the challenges that might emerge from this US election, the concept around global financial architecture reform is even more pronounced, and Europe's role in the financial landscape is going to be even more important. I happen to sit in Washington, and just 2 weeks ago, we had a lot of conversations with different countries around what will it mean if, the US pulls out of the World Bank, pulls out of IMF, pulls out of the UN. What will it mean for ODA and Ukraine? So as you think about the response to the pre-selected questions, can you also put some color around what election results in the US would mean for Europe and Europe's role in really leading the effort on the financial reforms? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. As I looked at the audience this morning, I saw a lot of quite tired-looking eyes, and I thought, first of all, it must have been one hell of a dinner last night. And it was only listening to you that I realised perhaps other things had been keeping people away. And I want to use that really as a vector to come very much to a point that Maki made in his intervention, because I think President Sall was far too modest about his own personal contribution to the preparation, design, and results of the African Union, European Union Summit in 2022, which captured the spirit of partnership, which, if we're able to maintain that way of working together, provides us the opportunity, the African Union, the European Union, the African continent, the European continent, to work together and promote solutions to many of the challenges that we face. And if I look back to 2022, I think we can be really proud of what we did. First, just the format. We moved away from these classical, we're on Chatham House, aren't we? Rather boring summit formats where we hear one high-level speech after another, to a much more interactive round-table discussions where leaders sat next to each other, got to know each other, and really talked openly about the challenges of the day. The summit itself, I think, produced some quite spectacular results. Maki himself spoke about the way the summit was used to give impetus to the African Union membership of the G20. We, on the side of the European Union, took the summit declaration and used that as a way to also bring into this position our fellow G7 partners, and that gave the decisive swing, and I'll say in a moment why that was so important. Secondly, even on the really difficult topic of climate change, there was a huge political debate about the role of gas in transition, and the actual wording we found in the summit then became the language which the G7 and G20 summits also took up, recognizing a role for gas in transition, which was hugely important for many of our African partners. And thirdly, I think we tried, and this is work still in progress, as we've just heard from Miriam, and we've still got on our side much more to do to make Global Gateway faster, more nimble, more responsive. But nevertheless, we tried to make a paradigm shift, changing the nature of our relationship from a beneficiary-donor relationship to one of a genuine partnership where we would try wherever possible to use public sector funding to crowd in private investment, create a leverage effect, and try to create jobs, growth, and sustainable prosperity and enhance trade on the African continent, which is also in our own interests. So I think if we now look at what do we do, and again, congratulations, Nadida, because I think today you couldn't have chosen a more timely moment for this event. We're in a period of transition, both on the side of the European Union, with hearings taking place as we speak in the European Parliament and continuing into next week. We're also in a period of transition in the African Union, with new leadership expected for 2025. We also have 4 major green multilateral negotiations underway. So we actually have an opportunity to strengthen this partnership further. And I think 2025 will be the 25th anniversary of the first ever African Union, European Union summit that was held in Cairo in 2020. And I think we have an opportunity to hold the next African Union, European Union summit, a long overdue ministerial, and really nail down of this spirit of partnership in 2022. And if you allow me to turn to a couple of other points. First, I want to just pick up on the point that Maki made about migration. Migration has always existed, and if you look through history, we've had roughly 4% of the world's population constantly migrate, and if you look at the economic trends, that 4% of the world's population has classically contributed to 7% of our overall growth and prosperity. So our challenge is not, and should never be, to stop migration. Our challenge needs to be to bring order into the disorderly migratory flows. And I am myself a very firm believer that one of the strongest ways to incentivize people to stop risking their lives and paying smugglers for treacherous journeys, be it across the Sahara or across the Mediterranean Sea, will be if we can have as well credible legal pathways that we can also perhaps link in to some of the very significant direct investment coming into our partner countries under the Global Gateway. And I think this is the opportunity to have comprehensive partnerships built with partners of trust and confidence and a comprehensive approach to migration. And then if I turn to the question of the financing. Look, there's a lot being done. One of the reasons we fought so hard to secure a seat for the African Union at the G20 is because of the importance of the G20. And through the identification of a whole series of measures, the G20 has been able to practically unlock something around 357 billion in additional investment resources. I think on our side, we're also working hard to make sure that we can promote a vision of bigger, better, and more effective Millennium Development Banks. And we've seen, for example, with the 2 banks that are closest to us, the European Investment Bank and the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, a practical increase in their financial capacity. But we still have a major issue, particularly for countries who have graduated, who are no longer least developing economies, because if Mackey, when he was president, had gone to the markets with the best will in the world. He would probably have been paying 12, 13, 14% to leverage finance to deal with climate change transition, the digital transition. If we were having a bad day in the European Union and we went to markets, we might have been paying 2 or 3%, but in recent years it's been closer to 0%. I think we need to find an answer to that. And I think the answer to that can only lie in a reform of the international financial architecture. And here, I think there is an opportunity, because if the European Union and the African Union were able to come up with a common vision, that would be a very, very, very powerful statement from close over 80 countries in the world who carry a decisive power. And I think this is something we need to work on. And the last point I just want to mention, I'd like to pick up on the point that Miriam made. Whatever we do in terms of public funding, it won't be enough in terms of overseas development aid. I think we've really got to work hard on this question of the domestic resource mobilisation. And here I think there is also an issue that Miriam rightly flagged, the question of illicit financial flows and corruption. And here I think we've had a fantastic report by President Mbeki. I think it's high time that some of these very concrete and practical recommendations in the Mbeki report were also implemented. And I think all of this together could make a real difference. So let's try and make 2025 the year of a reinvigorated and stronger than ever partnership between the African Union and the European Union.
Thank you so much, Simon. Very compelling thoughts and optimism. But before I open it up for questions, I still have Professor Arantxa, but I wanted to just mention one thing, Simon, a question for you. So you've talked about this 80 countries coming together with the common framework. What will the common framework say? And why are we not implementing the Mbeki report? Remember those questions. All right, Professor Arantxa, you've heard from all three panelists lots of diverse ideas on what needs to be done and why it's not being done. And after spending a few hours with you, I know that you're very honest. You're not a politician. I need you to take on the issues today from these three panelists. What can we do to unlock the financing required for growth and equitable growth on the ground? Growth that really empowers local organizations, right? One campaign agrees with many of the speakers here that ODA is not the solution, right? We need growth capital, we need catalytic capital, we need capital that is priced and fairly, that doesn't put Africans at a disadvantage. We need trillions of dollars. It's not flowing. But even when ODA comes, it's not going to the right resources. Most of the ODA still stays in Europe. We know that from the data, right? So what will it take to really get the financing we need on the ground to address equity, to address justice, and to support local organizations?
Okay, thanks a lot, Ndidi. And let me say that the beauty of being a professor is that you can get away with murder. So let me start with the elephant in the room. Because it's not that we were partying, Simon, it's that we were glued to the television. And let me start with the lesson I take for this morning. The lesson that I take is that Donald Trump is not the problem, and Kamala Harris would not have been the solution. That it's in our hands. It's in Europe's hands, and I do hope that the message tonight is heard in Europe, because we know what we went through last time. It was a pretty hostile US. But I also hope that the African continent has heard the message, that it's also in Africa's hands. And why am I saying this? Because there wasn't hostility. There was just simply total ignoring. So we've got to use 2025 to make this partnership an opportunity to manage our interdependence. We are not independent, and we will not be. Europe is not demographically independent, and it will not be. Africa is not economically independent or financially independent, and it will not be in the foreseeable future. So the question for us is, how do we better manage this interdependence? And I'm saying this because sometimes listening, it feels like if we didn't have agency. So yes, we do have agency. And the question now is, how do we use this agency? So to your question, Didi, I think we need to do two things. I want to propose two things concerning finance, because somehow we need to start somewhere. So I would start by recognizing that in this discussion on financing, there is no one-size-fits-all. That we've got to together with many others around the world that see it like we see it, we need to finance global public goods. These are the things that belong to everyone, and that everyone has to help chip in to finance. This is pretty much what we need to do on the issue of climate finance. And this is for Africa a big issue, because the big game on Africa is on adaptation. It's not on mitigation. Africa has not contributed to emissions and will not have to do that homework. But we all collectively need to make sure that Africa has enough financing to do the adaptation that will dovetail its own development efforts. So first, let's differentiate global public goods investments with the investments and financial support that needs to go to the bottom of the pyramid, to the least developed countries, to countries in conflict, countries in post-conflict, for whom markets simply don't work. So, and then we've got a lot of other countries for whom there are markets, but where we need to make sure these markets work. At the moment, these markets are not working. So first, again, let's differentiate, and let's have the resources and the recipes that fit the specificities of each one of these situations. And the second, for the big thing, we need to build a grand bargain between Europe and Africa. What is it that Africa will do on its side of the ledger? And I think that Africa has things to do, whether it is on reforms on domestic taxation, whether it is on regulatory frameworks at home that would favor or not investments. It has work to do on illicit financial flows and corruption. So in this grand bargain, let's look at what Africa is ready to do. And it wants to do it because it understands it's in its own interest. And let's look at what Europe needs to do. So let me start with the last one, illicit financial flows, because a flow is a flow, right? It has a beginning and it has a destination. And we need to look at the destination, but we need to look at the origin also, right? So let's look at what Europe needs to do also on illicit financial flows, what Europe needs to do on taxation, on paying taxes, including paying taxes in Africa and its own activities and investments and in economic activities in Africa. But let's look at how we can use all these savings that Donald was talking about are sitting in Europe that is saving a lot, but it's very cautious and very conservative about how it invests those savings. Let's make sure we give securities, we give risk management, we give assurances that will help us unlock those resources to flow into Africa. So we've got a few opportunities next year to frame and put this grand bargain on the table. We will have an AU-EU summit. We will also have a UN conference on financing for development, where we should come to the table with our homework done, with the elements of this grand bargain that would show that there is a way and that we've been able to craft this together. Finally, we also have a G20 South Africa leadership next year that should focus on the part of the business that has to do with reforming the international financial architecture, because there are things also in the architecture that are not today fit for purpose. And unless and until we tackle these two, the efforts at the EU level will not be as big as they should. So, Ndidi, I hope I've used my professorship hat to give a few suggestions. And,
I love it. I love it. Thank you for being very clear and taking on some of the elephants in the room with courage. We have a limited time, so I'm not going to go through another round of questions. I've already given 2 of my panelists questions. I'm going to take 3 questions really quickly. Introduce yourself. Make your question clear. Please, after 1 minute, I will cut you off. I'm a Nigerian at heart. So let's start over there. So the 3, 1, 2, 3. The lady all the way at the back, the man whose hand is up. Let's start with him. And then the man at the table wearing a white shirt. Okay.
Thanks. Patrick Smith from Africa Confidential. Given the just declared winner of the US election has an agenda which will involve the US sharply reducing its involvement, its contributions to the IMF and World Bank, if not pulling out of the IMF and the World Bank, has the European Union got a plan to deal with a financing environment without the US participating in it?
Thank you. A man sitting down in the white shirt, and then the lady at the back. Yeah, go ahead.
So, my name is Aimable Mbarishimana. I'm chairman.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
So I'm the chairman of Uganda Animal Feeds Manufacturers Association. And it's really interesting, the panel we have in front of us, because Dr. Donald is somebody who has a very intense and deep knowledge in Africa and development, and Rwanda being where he comes from, he has a very good case study to show, and the work he's been doing in Africa Development Bank. And it's my question and give to the panelists. Is there a way that Mr. Simon can work with Dr. Donald to really put implementation? Because more or less we're tired of talking, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm raised in European nation in Belgium. I went to the European School of Mall, and I'm working now in Africa, and I'm seeing the 2 sides, and it's really necessary that we stop the dialogues, but then we go straight into implementation, because it's what really necessary given the social developments that are happening with the new wars and crises that are really happening.
Thank you so much. And the lady at the back, yes, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Birgit van Hout. I'm the representative of the United Nations Population Fund here in Brussels. And my question is for Dr. Kaberuka. And it relates to a report that we received recently from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, that showed that it's called Unjust Climate. And it shows how extreme weather events disproportionately impact women-led households, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. And yet, they are not necessarily beneficiaries of climate finance. On the other hand, we at UNFPA have data that shows that $1 of investment in family planning, for example, returns $8 in economic benefit for families and communities. And I'm sure that Dr. Kasea can also confirm that. So my question to you, because we haven't heard about women and girls in the conversation up to now. So my question is, Dr. Kaberuka, what is your take on gender-responsive budgeting? What is your take on gender bonds when we talk about combining public and private funds? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we've gotten a series of questions. I already had given Mariam and Simon specific questions, but you can also take them on. And Donald, you've heard some specific questions to you. And Professor Arancha, you've take on any of the questions, either from the audience or the ones I've posed. So let's start with Mariam.
So illicit financial flows and fight against transnational organized crime is really at the core of the activities we are undergoing. You are mentioning volumes. The latest estimate is that 89 billion a year are lost for Africa through illicit financial flows. And this is more or less, at least very close to the addition of ODA and foreign direct investment, meaning a lot. So the European Union is extremely conscious about this challenge, and we are, as part of Global Gateway and all the technical assistance we are putting forward, we have been liaising in a Team Europe approach with 4 of our member states, leading by Finland, Sweden, France, and Germany, and putting forward a global initiative worth 440 million, but figures are something. What matters is the substance of it, and this global activity helps at supporting all levels of intervention in Africa, from the continental level, working a lot with the African Union Commission, but also all the individual members and administrations to support first the elaboration of relevant policy framework. And this is a lot dealing with taxation, and we spoke about the tax base, but making sure that the tax base is defined, that the criteria are transparent, and the ultimate objective being increasing the tax base, including for European multinational and investors, because we also see that a lot of tax exemptions that are granted to attract FDI may be counterproductive. So this should be a moment of real national assessment of the impact of taxation measures. We support the administration, so we support the legal framework. We also support the administration. I mentioned earlier digitalization of tax administration, which helps a lot in terms of fighting illicit flows. So this is on, I would say, the supportive side, but we also support enforcement agencies, and the objective being also identifying and recovering assets for further investments. And there we do work with the judiciary, supporting the judiciary, the rule of law, and all enforcement agencies in the countries. Those elements are spelled around more than 70 projects around the continent, so I'm not going to expand on them, but I would insist on the one we do with the African Union Commission, because it has a continental grasp and set the frames for tax framework and support to enforcement agencies.
Thank you so much. And so we can expect some results because you're tracking, you have a work plan, and you're going to come back and tell us what has been recovered and what has been stopped, because 89 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may steal a word, as part of the legal reforms we are pushing is gender-based budgeting. So answering the last question, we do pay a lot of attention to impact on women and seeing how to increase financing, also directly addressing women. And at the legislative level, this goes through gender-based budgeting.
Fantastic. Simon, I'm coming to you. I gave you a few questions, and I really want us to end this panel giving hope to the audience that we're not just making a laundry list of issues without making some commitments about what we can hold the European side accountable for. So as you answer my question, and obviously maybe the question from one of our journalists, we would like some clear commitments, if possible.
Okay, so I think if I remember correctly, your question was, what should we practically do to make a real difference? And I think if we boil it down, I would see, if trying to be as concrete as possible, 5 actions we can and should take in the short term. First, we have the G20 summit coming up in Brazil. It's hugely important because on that agenda is a discussion on how do we effectively create bigger, better, and more effective Millennium Development Banks. The summit, if all goes well, should adopt a roadmap And I think it is hugely important that the European Union is unequivocally supporting this exercise and making sure that the roadmap which is adopted at the G20 summit this month still is concrete, and there are clear timelines in that roadmap for a reform of the MDBs. And it's hugely important because that then carries on to the next G20 presidency, which, as Arantxa rightly pointed out, is with South Africa. Second very practical thing we can do, I think we should and need to continue to work, and again I want to pick up on a point that Arantxa made, to try and leverage wherever we can private sector funding for the delivery of public goods. This is what Global Gateway is about, and I think we at times have to accept to take risks and use some of our blending instruments to absorb that risk and incentivize private sector companies to invest in places where without that risk they wouldn't do so. 3, the World Bank has currently got a lot of concrete measures under preparation to increase its lending capacity with a specific focus on low and middle income countries by 150 billion. I think we as the European Union need to equivocally back that and support that. 4, and this is very much now on the really lower income countries. There's an exercise underway at the moment to replenish, or what's called the IDA. So I think at the moment this is a difficult exercise. It's designed to produce its results at a summit in South Korea later this year, and I think we need to incentivize more of our member states to follow the very, very positive examples already set by Spain and Denmark, who have both respectively pledged to increase their contributions by some 40%. And the last point I want to make, I think we're at a crucial period where the reflections on the design within the European Union of our new budget begin. I think while Global Gateway is hugely important for leveraging investment, it's really important that we also still maintain an ability to engage with fragile states and have instruments that can respond to fragility where private sector funding alone will not be the answer. And I think those 5 actions can very practically make a real difference.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you so much. I like the 5 actions, and at the One campaign, we've been fighting for IDA. And we really want to see Europe show up strong. So thank you. We're out of time, so I know, Dr. Kaberuka, you had some questions from the audience. If you can respond to them really quickly, and then I'll wrap up with Arantxa.
Okay, very brief. I like the idea of the grand bargain, which Arantxa mentioned. That is the only way, not incremental stuff here and there, the grand bargain. Now, Patrick, to your question, I'm really worried about what's going to happen to the World Bank and the IMF under the new administration. Because the last time during the COVID period, when we counted very much on those institutions to be the forward positions, they were their weakest. In fact, on the debt moratorium, which was a standstill during the COVID, you know the World Bank was behind the curve. So, what does this mean for Europe? I think Europe can do 2 things, which will be very powerful signals. Number 1, act on the special drawing rights. Because that is within your power. It's not the power of the US. Europe can say, we made a commitment on the special drawing rights, and here they are. And a lot of them will be allocated to African countries. That does not depend on Donald Trump or Washington. So go ahead and do it. Number 2, I know this is controversial, Simon, please forgive me. One of the reasons Africa has not enough voice in the IMF and the World Bank is that Europe does not want to give up its place. Because after 1945, when many of Africa were colonies, it is Europe which represented us in those institutions. Now, they have refused to give away those places. So give us a few more votes in the IMF and the World Bank.
That's called grand bargain.
That is a grand bargain.
I like that.
Now, this sounds like crying in the wilderness, but it is within the powers of Europe. You don't have to depend on Donald Trump. SDRs accelerate the reforms by saying, look, we're going to have fewer seats in the IMF and the World Bank, and will give to Africa another seat. Third, now this is important for what we're discussing. These illicit financial flows, domestic resource mobilization. I happen to have been a finance minister for quite a while in my country. Believe me, the biggest leakage, we had a table at the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. The countries with the lowest tax to GDP ratios are those who have multinational corporations in the oil, gas, mining are the strongest. The lowest is Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, the two Congos. This is why you have tax to GDP ratios less than 10%. Why? Because these companies come and they demand an arm and a leg. They don't pay taxes. So those exemptions alone, if your companies did not demand them, you're talking about almost 2% of GDP every year. All right? So why don't you begin in another grand bargain by saying that European companies in the extractive industries operating in Africa will not be allowed to get A, B, C, D. I know you will say, well, that makes them less competitive, okay? But it's within your possibilities. A grand bargain arranger has to be grand. And I'm really hoping this time around, Europe thinks big.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very practical ideas. Arantxa, close us out.
So let's make this bargain great again. Let's make this great. So to Patrick, there is one language that Donald Trump understands, and this is the language of competition. So it's pretty simple. If you abandon your place, someone else will occupy it. I will simply provide the communique of the BRICS of last week, which is makes for a very interesting read. Second, in this competition or competitiveness race, in the US, there are lots of actors that are private actors. There is pension funds, there is very high net worth individuals, there are investment funds, and they will be appetized if the opportunities in the African market are appetizing. So let's make sure they are appetizing so that if it doesn't come through the front door, it comes through the back door, but it comes.
Thank you so much. So I just want to round up. What I'm taking away from this reminds me of a quote from a young person talking to an African president who said, "I'm no longer going to ask God to grant us the serenity to accept the things I cannot change." Coming from Macky Sall's speech, I'm going to ask the Almighty to grant me the wisdom and courage to change the things I cannot accept. What we need from Africa and Europe is the wisdom and the courage to take on this grand bargain with very, very clear, actionable next steps. We've heard some great ideas today. Donald Kaberuka said, Europe, give up some of your seats at the World Bank and IMF. That's practical, right? I love it. Another one is, what can we do around the savings in Europe, and how can we open up markets in Africa to absorb them, right? How can we de-risk the investments? How can we celebrate what is good about us and leverage demographic dividends? There are some very practical next steps. Africa, what can you do on your end? We've talked about the illicit financial flows, transparency, accountability, action. I'm appealing to our audience here and our panelists to have the courage and wisdom to take these ideas forward and come back a year from now to celebrate our successes. We're depending on you right now more than ever before. We have to feel the sense of urgency to act with courage and wisdom for our people. Thank you, and God bless you all. Please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Can we say...
Thank you very much for this fascinating conversation, and we could have gone on and on and on, indeed, but exactly, it's about that courage, that wisdom that we need, but that comes as well, with bold leadership. So, just maybe a little bit of calm for our next session, before we move on, please. We know we're a little bit delayed, but we talked about financing. We talked about, of course, looking at how the global financial frameworks, innovative financing, etc. But that needs to be complemented with board leadership and and inclusive decision making. So on that note, it's my honor to invite President Mary Robinson. So please, thank you very much. So it's my honor to invite President Mary Robinson, co-president of the Africa Arab Foundation, former president of Ireland and chair of the elders, up to the stage, and for a conversation with Bora Kamwanya, who's the vice president of the Pan-African Youth Union and member of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, Now Generation Network. So please, on stage. Thank you.
Bora, we're going to have a great conversation.
I hope you give it more.
Let me just begin with a saying that Kofi Annan used to use a lot as chair of the elders. You are never too young to lead, and you are never too old to learn. And I want to illustrate, actually I want to clarify, I am no longer chair of the elders. A week ago at an elders meeting, we meet twice a year, I stood down from the chair to become an active elder, which I've always been, and I will continue to be. But Juan Manuel Santos, the former president of Colombia, has become the new chair of the elders. Good governance, and we're very happy about it. But the elders have come out with long view leadership, and I've been sort of asked to relate that to the new commission, which is coming into play, and in early February, the Africa Union will have a new commission. What do we mean by the long view leadership? Maybe I should just spell out the kind of 5 principles of it, and then I want to show that we elders also learn and adapt, because we have changed our long view leadership. We have modified it in an important way, which is relevant to Bora's perspective. The long view leadership that we want is that because we have existential threats, the climate and nature crisis, the nuclear weapons crisis, the pandemic crisis, the role of artificial intelligence in our world, and so on, we want leaders to think beyond short-term political cycles and deliver solutions for both current and future generations, to recognize that enduring answers require compromise and collaboration for the good of the whole world. We want leaders to show compassion for all people, so designing sustainable policies which respect that everyone is born free and equal in dignity and rights. Fourthly, to uphold the international rule of law and accept that durable agreements require transparency and accountability. And lastly, to commit to a vision of hope in humanity's shared future, not play on its divided past. So we were urging this long view leadership, but we have also, as elders, been taking part in a lot of intergenerational conversations. If you go onto the website of the elders, theelders.org, you will see blogs by young climate activists and other activists, a lot of conversations. And we intensified this at the UN General Assembly. Every panel I was on as an elder, and that was true of other elders, it was intergenerational. And we realized that our long view leadership, stemmed from our wisdom and experience, if you like, but it was a bit top down. So we have clarified that this long view leadership also wants co-creation with other generations. And I think that's part of leadership, that we want to listen to your vision, Bora. Africa is a very young continent with very old leadership at the top. I think, just to complete a link with the panel, the ideas on this panel today were exactly what the elders are looking for in long view leadership for Africa and Europe. There's no doubt about it. But let me get your perspective on this co-creation now we're going to encourage.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Wow, loud voice. Thank you so much. I think it's very important to have a long view leadership. You've mentioned it. Africa is a very young continent with a very, I don't want to say old and get anybody upset, but older generation of leaders. And we are seeing that this trend is creating a disconnect between what needs to be done for tomorrow and what's being done today. We have on the continent national councils, which are representing youth voices in different countries on the continent. Out of the 54 countries in the AU, only 41 have national councils. So not even all of them have a national council.
Still 41 have, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but then look at what they consider as young. I mean, 31, we consider at the AU a young person to be 35, all the way to 35. But some countries it goes to 45, 50. And I don't know how young you are at 50. You're useful maybe, but perhaps not young. So, you know, and as I was introduced as the now generation. I think at 31, my task is to prepare the next generation. And this actually goes in the long view leadership that the elders are putting forward. What's even more important is to look at how the young people are influencing the societal changes on the continent. And since we're talking about the future of Africa-Europe partnership, we also need to listen to those African young people, which is, to my taste, it's not what's happening right now. If you look at West Africa and what has been happening, we are all very appalled by unconstitutional changes, but we need to look at in what they are rooted in. We need to look at the friendship that Africa and Europe have been having in the last 60 years since the independence era. We need to look at the relationship that Africa has been having with Europe and the relationship that Europe has been having with Africa. And I feel like we're not talking about this enough. I feel like we're looking at what can we do for tomorrow? Let's talk about AI. Let's talk about the climate crisis. If we're talking about the climate crisis and we talk about the world burning, we need to look at and actually ask ourselves, who's going to be, at first, where's the water coming from to set out the fire? Who's going to be carrying the buckets? And whose house are we saving first? And for far too long, Africa has been the one providing with the water. Africa has been the one carrying the bucket and putting out the fire in Europe and not at home. And I think the long view leadership should be asked at looking at how the young people of Africa look at this relationship.
So you agree that the partnership between Africa and Europe is still not a fully respectful partnership, that there's more to be done?
Absolutely. It's not a partnership of equal, or I wouldn't really even call it a partnership of friends, if I'm honest. And I'm very encouraged by the former Minister of Foreign Minister of Spain, who was here earlier. She was very candid and very honest, so I'm also going to take the same stand, being candid and honest. I mean, the recent, you know, my father was born in 1958. My country, DRC, was independent. Gained independent in 1960. My father was raised by parents who saw the white man as the closest thing to God. And then my father could only teach me that, right? But 30 years after the independence, we have a generation that's being experiencing colonialism by proxy through our parents. 60 years after independence, we have a generation that's connected. We have access to information all over the world, and we are asking for, we're demystifying history. We are asking for reparation, and that's when we find out that we are actually not on the same boat, and the priorities are not the same.
And to what extent is your Pan-African Youth Council heard by the African Union, for example? Do you have a good dialogue there? Do you get access?
The good thing with the national councils, which are members of the Pan-African Youth Union, is that they are connected with their government, they're listened to. Now, the Pan-African Youth Union is looking for further cooperation with the African Union. We are working on a new MOU. The last one expired in 2018. We're looking for a new one, which will give us the opportunity to actually work directly with the African Union Commission, which will give us the opportunity to actually drive the changes that African youth want. Is the relationship good right now? It can be better. Try to be diplomatic.
I'm interested that, you're talking about, you're 31, and you're talking about making way for younger.
Do I look 31?
I'm 80. Do I look 80? Anyway, you're already thinking about, having a voice for younger. I really like that. I think, I was glad to step back from the chair because we need to make space. We need to have the real co-creation with different generations. That is something the elders are very strongly of the view. We are not going to get the different perspectives unless we have them at the table, at the decision-making table, and expressing exactly the kind of views that you're expressing, the sense of coming out from a colonial relationship. I come from a country that was colonized. We joke in Ireland that when the financial crisis hit us very badly in 2008, that was probably when we totally got out of the colonial relationship, because we realized that a lot of the problems had been self-inflicted. We'd created our own problems. We couldn't blame that big neighbor next door. That was a growing up moment, but it took us a long time. It takes a long time to come out from, and it's so important to kind of assert that strong sense that this is Africa's time. Africa is going to be the most populated continent. One of the things I liked about the panel earlier was talking properly about the demographics. We have an aging Europe. We have a young, very rapidly growing Africa. That should be something we talk about in very positive terms as to how we create the long view leadership to deal with that, pathways to legitimate access and real access and circular access and all kinds of different ways of dealing with this problem as something that can be positive for both. And yet, this isn't the way the discussion goes. Europe is becoming more of a fortress. More people are dying trying to cross the Mediterranean or cross the British Channel, for that matter.
Absolutely, and it's important you're mentioning the demographic trends. The UN is expecting that Africa will be 2.5 billion inhabitants by 2050. If we look at what happened in 2020 with the COVID, as you can remember, when we're getting close to getting the vaccine, a lot of young people in Africa were very reluctant to try the vaccine, to even be vaccinated. And this is, again, rooted in our shared experience with European, right? One of the word was, and this was WhatsApp groups you get from aunties and uncles back home. Do not try the vaccine. They're trying to kill us, and so on and so forth. I got vaccinated. I wanted to be vaccinated. That was my choice. And I encouraged everyone to be vaccinated, but I also understand the mistrust. So if we're thinking of 2.5 billion people in 2050, there's going to be 2.5 billion people not trusting each other, not trusting the big neighbor in the north. And that's challenging. We need to address that, which is why, as we are planning for the future, we also need to look at what about yesterday? What did we do wrong? And can we actually reparate what was done? A quick example is the discussion that we are having in the diaspora, especially, and we're very big on that. This is repatriation of artifacts. Imagine me asking my friend to give me back an heirloom that his granddad took from a granddad, and he tells me, I can lend it to you if you want. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, this belongs to me. Yeah. And I think once we have settled this question of the past was a mistake, what was done was wrong, and we all agree. I mean, in Africa, we own up to it. We were colonized, right? And can Europeans say we colonize, it was bad, we'll reparate, and we'll repatriate anything that was. That's also part of the long view.
Well, as well as that issue, what about the honesty? I mean, there was reference to the AU-EU summit in February 2020, but there wasn't reference to what happened immediately afterwards. You know, the war in Ukraine, and Europe suddenly wanted to grab the gas and completely changed, and then the lack of equity in the pandemic. The fact that Africa, to its great credit, managed to come together on the issue, but at great cost, because there was not an equitable access. And we still haven't got a new pandemic treaty. We're still not learning the lessons from COVID. So I think we need, you know, very honest conversations. And I agree with you. I think Arantxa needs to speak out more and more as a professor now. And you know, we just need to have a real sense of how linked Africa and Europe are, and how important at this point in time, under new leadership for both, that we forge, that we regroup to where we were in that summit in 2020. It's hard because there is a distrust. I know it from my African friends. You know, it's hard to bridge that because of what, especially after the war in Ukraine broke out, the way that Europe, and also the way Europe dealt with the refugees from Ukraine, and you know, the swinging of ODA into paying for that in their countries, and so on. So I think we need to, in particular, because of the overnight news, you know, we're going to face a much more difficult relationship with a United States, with Trump back, with worse advisors, if I may say so, clearly going to play a very hard line in Africa and America's interests. And this will be difficult for Europe. It will be particularly difficult for Africa. We have every reason, therefore, to look to the long view leadership and actually forge in a, you know, in the way that we were doing in February 2020. Just remember, and you know, the ingredients are there. I thought the panel spoke to those ingredients. I actually think it is important that we have the monetary reform that changes the seats at the table, that has a real sense of the world moving to the world of 2025, not 1945. And you know, we have, Europe should be very much trying to be part of that. From your perspective, Bora, and you know, I'm aware that we're probably running out of time at this stage. How do you see Europe being more of a respectful, real partner to young Africans like you?
Well, I think, if I may bring us back to 2017, we had the last impactful Africa, so AU-EU Youth Summit.
2017?
2017 in Abidjan. We came up with the Abidjan Declaration, which influenced a lot of policies that DG INPA, I think, was taking. But that was the last one. You know, after that, we didn't have any major African, and that was actually organized by the Pan-African Youth Union and the European Youth Forum. So the two main youth organizations in both continents. And that's how you show respect to young people. You listen to what they're telling you, and you also look at the trends.
Is there any relationship now between your Pan-African Youth Forum and the EU Youth?
We do. We do partner, and unfortunately not as much as before, but we need to renew this partnership. We do have disagreement on some topics.
Of course.
We do not agree on everything. And perhaps for the future of this relationship, for Europeans to respect African youth, if by any chance African youth decide to side with Trump with Putin or with Xi Jinping, it is our right to do so. And we shouldn't be sanctioned for that. We should be perhaps encouraged to take another road. And I know that a lot of elders have foundation for themselves. I think it's very important for the elders to start investing in the next politicians of the continent, not just the business people. We're talking about writing policies, the best policies for the two continents. It's very important for the elders to help bright young Africans get in power, bright young Europeans get in power. So
get to the table.
Absolutely. Well, not just to the table. We're all at the tables, but we need to be deciding as well. You know, it's not just being at the table. I think it's also important to calling the shots for today, for tomorrow, so that we can prepare the next generation coming as well.
Well, I know that one of the things Nelson Mandela made clear when he brought the elders together in 2007 was that we have to bring hope. And, you know, we're in a moment where we have to dig deep to find that hope again. And let me just recall being on a panel a few years ago in the United States, a social good conference with Archbishop Tutu. He was then chair of the elders. And it was a panel, a room full of young people. When Archbishop Tutu is in front of young people, he waves his arms and he shows his affection. He believes in them in a real way, and they sense it, and they respond. And he was doing this, and we were being moderated by an American journalist, and she said, "Archbishop Tutu, why are you such an optimist?" And he looked at her, and he shook his head, and he said, "No, I'm not an optimist. I'm a prisoner of hope." And I remember those words, and they really hit me quite deeply, and I've thought a lot about them since then. And the truth is, the glass may not be half full. There may only be a tiny bit in the glass. But you work with that. You make that grow a bit. You collaborate. You find the way. That's the sense of a prisoner of hope. If you take the climate problem, I view the results of the election overnight, we still don't know the full story, but it's looking pretty bleak, as being really, really worrying for the climate, because we haven't got the time. I happen to have a new hat. I'm a guardian of the planetary boundaries. There are 9 planetary boundaries, the work of Johan Rockström, and there are about 20 of us now who are guardians globally, and we're supposed to actually take the science, as bleak and worrying as it is, that we have very little time between now and 2030 to radically change course. And the trouble is now we're going to have a block in the United States at the leadership level. It'll be the old story. There'll be a lot of people who'll say we are still in. A lot of business, a lot of states, governors, etc., will say we're still in, which is the hope. But still, it will be a bleak time. But it is really important. At this point in time, what gives you most hope?
My mother.
And you told me she's a bit of a fan of mine.
Yes, oh, she loves you. She's now Minister of Human Rights of DRC, and she loves Mary. And
she's in Geneva, where the Universal Periodic Review of the DRC is taking place. Yeah, that's good.
She presented yesterday. I was there, and I had to beg her to come, and she said, "If it's Mary, you're going." So I had to fly in last night. I'm flying back tonight. But what gives me hope, it's perhaps this type of exchange, what we have. I'm a lot with young people, both in Europe, because I lived here for a very long time, and also in the continent. And I'm always very happy when we have this type of gatherings where we can speak freely. And the Africa Foundation, the Friend of Europe, and Mo Ibrahim Foundation, they've been very supportive of young people and giving them the platform to express themselves. And from what I'm hearing, the elders also are doing so. So what's giving us hope is to see that our leaders, those who have led us until now, are actually opening the doors for us to ensure that the future is bright, not just for us, but for the generation before.
Well, can I challenge you, because I think we're out of time, can I challenge you? 2017 was the last time that you had a proper relationship that led to the Abidjan document between the Pan-African youth, African youth, and the European youth. I challenge you to have a new one in 2025. Will you do that?
We can try, absolutely.
No, not just try.
Just try.
Do it.
All right.
Okay.
Calling upon all the founders and supporters of African Youth.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspiring speech. If you can please stay on stage for a quick group picture. And also all this conversation around leadership is very well highlighted in the report of the Africa-Europe Foundation that you should all have actually on the table. So, okay, Dr. Kaseya, because it's you.
Sorry, they didn't tell me we could have some questions, but
yes.
Let's have some.
Congratulations, Bora and Mary. It was a nice discussion. But I got from you that you are struggling to have a MOU with African Union. I'm inviting you today to sign a MOU with Africa CDC because 60% of our people in Africa are young people. And we want them to get the message how they can stay healthy to lead their countries. Then let us sign this MOU and work with you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I think this is also part of the hope that we're talking about. I'll definitely reach out to you right after. I already wanted to, but this is even a great excuse to reach out to you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Any more positive contributions? Okay.
Okay, so I think we can continue that for the conversation later, but thank you so much for your time. I know we are very out of time, so if I can just ask you to just take 5 minutes, grab coffee, tea, etc., and then come back here so that we're not too delayed for our next session, which is going to be extremely interesting on green industrialization. So 5 minutes, please, and be back here shortly. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I would like to start again anytime soon. So if I can ask you to take your chair, have a seat, please. Please, everyone, come back, have a seat. We're going to start shortly with our next panel. Hi again, everyone. Inviting you to bring your coffee, tea, water, and going back here inside. It's really hard. And I think there's an air here. They opened the door, that's why. But I think we could. Yeah, I think because she's a bit sick, so. DSG. We're looking for it. DSG Moreno. We're gonna kick off the conversation. If you hear me. So welcome back, everyone. So I think we talked about financing, we talked about leadership, and I think now it's time to deep dive in the future of some priority issues, including industrialization, and for us to really look at how we can contribute to a balanced global trade systems that, of course, support a climate-positive future. So we have here, hand over to Carly Nowen, the co-founder of the Climate Action Platform for Africa, to actually lead the conversation for the next panel. Thank you.
Does it work now? Ooh, yes, it does. Hello, everybody. We've got the not so enviable task to bring you back early from your coffee. And this is where I say it's for a very exciting conversation. But I don't just say that to say it. I do really genuinely believe that. For those of you who don't know the Climate Action Platform Africa, CAPE, we are a not-for-profit system orchestrator that exists to drive what we call climate positive growth, which is the notion that Africa can grow economically and increase livelihoods and incomes by being part of the climate solution. And as intro, I've been asked to provoke a little, and those of you who know me know that I don't need to be told twice to do that. So I'm very happy to do that in the context of the paradigm shift that is the focus of today's conversation. And let me start with Europe. Let me start with the European Union. European Union is not in an easy spot when it comes to industrialization. It has set incredibly high decarbonization targets. It has just seen a very, dare I say, damning analysis in the Draghi report about what it takes to regain global competitiveness. It's facing political developments that push back on a climate agenda, and it has to deal with softening the blow of the social transition, of transitioning away from fossil fuels. That's quite a quagmire to be in. On the other side, the African Union has long held a desire to industrialize and recognizes, and the Africa continent as a whole, recognizes that no country in the world has grown to middle income status and beyond with as low a percentage of value addition as Africa has and as low a portion of global trade and manufacturing output. And until recently, that was an ambition that was hard to realize because there wasn't really an intrinsic driver of competitiveness for African countries. And the more that green and not emitting when you produce products is being priced into products or is being converted into regulation, the more actually Africa builds an intrinsic competitiveness. Because vast parts of the continent have the potential to produce stuff green first. And you've all heard some of these numbers. Africa's home to 40% of the best solar energy potential in the world, actually much more in absolute terms, but the highest capacity factor. It's home to 40% of the highest grade critical minerals deposits. And we've spoken about the demography already a bit. If you project that out, by 2100, the African continent will be home to 40% of the global labor force. 40% of the global labor force in one continent. And the things we need to do to reduce the embedded emissions of everything we consume and produce globally tend to need that combination. They tend to need the primary materials, the renewable energy, the labor, and frankly also the land and the space to build that. So frankly, the economic and the climate case for green industrialization in Africa is pretty clear. The geopolitical case in collaboration with Europe isn't necessarily. Because as soon as this is perceived as a debate that is a win-lose debate about shall we move production and shall we move jobs from one location to another, we pull up our walls. And the real paradigm shift that we believe needs to happen is one that allows us to move from the trajectory we're currently on, which is Europe tries to do everything by themselves, is going to, frankly, can I be blunt, pay through their noses for a green transition and achieving their net zero ambitions. And Africa is increasingly tempted by the easier path of still a fossil fuel-driven industrialization because the factors and the actors that are driving that are knocking heavily on the door, and that locks them into a long-term stranded asset future. That's where we're going if we don't actually rethink the paradigm in relation between those two continents. What is possible is a future where smartly collaborating across value chains and production, some of the much more energy-intense and emission-intense stuff is done closer to the source of the primary materials and where the energy is. And that's a value addition that Africa can set Africa on a journey of industrialization and help accelerate the path with which European Union can meet its decarbonization objectives and jointly be globally competitive in a world that requires much less embedded emissions in everything we produce and consume. It's an appealing vision to paint. At least I find it appealing. We've got lots of data to back this up, but the devil is in the detail of the collaboration. It's in the detail of trade rules, of policy, of market access, of thinking about how you stack the investment capital such that this delivers the right amount of returns for those providing the capital as well, de-risking the capital, etc. So I'm super excited that I have a panel today that can speak about many of those aspects. And even though we're behind on time, I believe we'll have ample time to also take questions from the audience. So please, as you listen to the panelists, think about what you would like to put in front of them. Let me start to my immediate right with Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, the Africa Union Special Envoy for Food Systems, the former Prime Minister of Niger, and the former CEO of Ouda Nepid, and the co-chair of the AEF SG on Agri-Food Systems. You see why I need my notes. If somebody has this many accolades, I can't remember them off heart. You have been calling, Dr. Mayaki, for the Africa-Europe Foundation to really think long-term and to challenge the paradigm and the collaboration and look at these, if I may borrow the term from the previous session, long-view leadership scenarios for Africa and Europe. In that context, what do you think the critical policies are that need to be rethought so that we can really find that synergy between industrialization, climate, and development instead of continuing to view them as things that work in opposite directions?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a big question, but let me try to flag 4 or 5 points. My insistence on looking at the future and trying to create common points in the vision of the future between Europe and Africa is based on the following diagnosis. We have skepticism of public opinions, both in Europe and in Africa, on the cooperation that we are having. But skepticism is reflected politically. So whatever good technical solutions we may frame, if they are not accompanied by political solutions, they will not be implemented. So I think this point is a critical one. So thinking about the future means looking at what can happen and what the global context will be in the next 10, 15 years. And we don't know. 90% of political leaders in the African continent will no longer be in leadership position in 10 years. And who will be the leaders of tomorrow? We don't know. I don't know. The same thing will happen to Europe. So if the public opinions are the ones producing these leaders, and they are skeptic, we have a big issue to solve. And one of the roots which I think should be looked at is thinking about a common future. And thinking about a common future politically. That's my first point. My second point is that regarding industrialization, we are latecomers. And we are latecomers requested to build a green industrialization which has never happened historically before. So we have a double burden. We need to industrialize, and we need to industrialize in a green manner, and it has never been done before. So there might be, and you referred to them, and I think all leaders in the continent and everyone is convinced that our national plans, regional plans should be climate-proof, etc. I think we have a common position on climate which has framed in Nairobi. So a lot of efforts are being done. But remember, any political leader in the continent in the next 20 years, globally, we will have to create 20 million jobs per year in the next 20 years. The 2.5 billion Africans we're referring to earlier, many of them are already born and with us. So how do you create 20 million jobs per year in the next 20 years, given, just a small parenthesis, that job creation is the definition of inclusion? We talk a lot about inclusion, but the concrete definition of inclusion is job. So will we be able to do without Chinese sweatshops? I don't know. I don't know. So looking at the future and looking at this particular aspect of creating 20 million jobs will be the obsession of every political leader, because it has a direct impact on governance systems. That's my point number 2. Point number 3, the title of our session on reconciling development, climate, etc., industrialization. I think we need to move away from reconciling and talk about management of nexuses. It's not new. I mean, all the SDGs philosophy is about management of interlinkages, but we have not been good at that. I'll just give one example. It doesn't make sense to have a Ministry of Agriculture and a Ministry of Environment. It doesn't make sense at all. I mean, you just think about it a little bit and you realize that it doesn't make sense. Because you can build any interministerial committee, it doesn't change things because they will stay in their silos. So the issue is, how do you manage nexuses? Industrialization, climate, etc. And when you start thinking about management of nexuses, you get away from a thinking regarding priorities. Because everything being a priority, I mean, you can say education is a priority, health is a priority. No, it's a question of nexus. And I don't know, most of the countries who have quality policies in education have quality policies in energy, have quality policies in etc. Quality policies move together. And they move together depending on the quality of the management of the nexuses. And so this is a change of paradigm which is understood intellectually but not reflected institutionally. And our institutions are not working like that. Point number 4. If we we talked a lot about the reform of the financial architecture, the global financial architecture. We talked about debt. We talked a little bit about climate finance. We also talked about domestic resource mobilization, which is a very important factor. And Donald was saying, even if we increase our domestic resource mobilization, and you add to that what can come out in terms of SDR, it doesn't, it's not pertinent enough because Africa is thirsty of capital, so we need to really dig into the capital markets with all the constraints that we know. But one point, I think, which is very, very important regarding the future, beyond the global gateway and all the projects which are linked to that, beyond our PIDA projects and the corridors that we have built, is really to have a strong focus on economic integration. The major obstacle to Africa's development, it's its fragmentation in 54 states. And I like to say generally that China wouldn't be China if it had 44 states. So the optimism that I have when I look at the continent is that most of the youth organizations, strangely enough, go back to the ideas of the 60s regarding the founding fathers of OAU and Pan-Africanism. So this is optimistic because they are thinking beyond the boundaries, and that economic integration should be a common trait between Europe and Africa in looking at the future. We will not have the same type of integration, but we can learn a lot from the integration process which took place in Africa, and we are making quite important progresses through strong common positions which are trying to be implemented at national and regional level. Last point, regarding the future, and I liked a lot the conversation between President Barry Robinson and our young son there. I call him son because being over 70, I have a right to call him a son. The main game changer in Africa will be when the youth realize that they have a power. They have not yet realized that by organizing themselves, they have an immense power to influence policy processes. So this is why no interaction between Europe and Africa can happen if the youth is not part of a reflection regarding this future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was such a message of agency, but also a message of caution, how we deal with that and how we are responsible to those who grant people power and how we deliver against important subjects and expectations. I'd love to hear from Mr. Pedro Manuel Moreno. He is the UNCTAD Deputy Secretary General, and of course I'm going to ask him about trade and about what role you see trade play in both this topic of industrial collaboration between Europe and Africa and the EU and the African Union, but actually the broader kind of common partnership that Dr. Maeki reflected on. And actually both intra-African trade is touched upon a bit, but also trade between the two continents.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the three foundations for having UNCTAD here today. At the UN, we are very bad on getting away with murder, but taking President Robinson's quote this morning, we are prisoners of hope, actually on a life sentence. So I would try to focus on three opportunities that the African market offers from a trade and development perspective, to kind of give some ideas to the discussion later. The African market is vast, is youthful, is rapidly expanding. The continent is home to a population of 1.5 billion people. 60% of those, Dr. Mayaki was mentioning actually the youthful factor, under the age of 25. And with the creation of the African Continental Trade Area, Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA, this market is really a big opportunity because it includes 54 countries with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion US. So with these figures, I will focus on three main opportunities that industrialization, especially green industrialization, offers for this. One on the intra-African trade, another one on the commodity wealth, focusing on the minerals that are critical for the energy transition, and third, how this green industrialization can be facilitated by the AFCFTA. So first, the first opportunity would be boosting intra-African trade. Intra-African trade contains a lot of manufactured goods. This trade comprises around 60% of processed and semi-processed goods. So if intra-African market increases, of course, so does industrialization. And manufacturing is actually vital for structural transformation because it creates many jobs, often better quality jobs. It increases technology transfer, and it also boosts industrial upgrading. In this sense, the AFCFTA plays an important role in unlocking this potential of intra-African trade through strengthening production chains across the continent, lowering trade costs, and easing access to regional markets. We have to say, however, that in 2022, intra-African trade remained relatively weak at 13.7% of its global total trade. The second opportunity is the commodity wealth that Africa possesses. And actually here the challenge is to turn the curse of being commodity dependent to the blessing of being commodity rich. And in this sense, Africa is home to most of the most valuable minerals now that are required for the energy transition: aluminium, cobalt, lithium, copper, manganese, etc., that are needed for high-end products, tech products, solar panels, semiconductors, cell phones, etc. No? Many of these minerals are actually being now called critical because their demand is going to increase, is going to triple by 2030 and quadruple by 2040. And actually in Africa, there is a fifth of the world's reserves in a dozen of those minerals critical for the energy transition. And this actually offers Africa an immense opportunity for industrialization. For capitalizing this potential, resource-rich countries must develop not just the upstream industry, the mining, but also the midstream and downstream productive capacities to enhance all the value chain, to add local value, to look at the practices that are employed in the extraction areas, but not only on the extraction, but also on the manufacturing, on the trading, on the intra-border trade, etc. Right? Access to technology, finance, and policy space remain, as we all know, a challenge for many African countries. But given the urgency of climate change and the energy transition, support to this specific industry is going to be key. The Secretary General of the UN just put together a panel that looks into this challenge now, and we came out with UNCTAD, UNEP, and the Climate Action Team from New York were the co-leads of this effort, and we've put together a set of recommendations, but not just principles, but with actionable recommendations to, to increase the capacity, the productive capacity of these countries in this area. This report is going to be presented in the next COP. And this leads to my third point, the AFCFTA's potential to drive green industrialization. And actually, the AFCFTA can help develop regional value chains, actually focus on sustainable goods, enabling countries to collaborate on producing eco-friendly products. And also, we are seeing that this agreement is attracting investment into renewable energy projects, enhancing energy access, and supporting green industries, such as developing solar panel assembly parts. That is now increasingly becoming one of the major sector in this sense. And an important step on this in this respect is the adoption of the investment protocol that the free trade area agreed on in 2023. And actually, the World Bank estimates that FDI inflows from within and outside Africa could increase between 111 and 159% under the AFCFTA. Moreover, this agreement can facilitate the import and export of green technologies and sustainable products, enabling African industries to adopt cleaner technologies and processes. the AFCFTA is not only crucial for Africa, but also for external trading partners, including, of course, the European Union, which is Africa's largest trading partner. Looking ahead, it is important to be mindful that climate considerations may become more and more part of trade relationships and partnerships. According to a recent report that we issued a couple of months ago, more than a quarter of the world's trade is currently regulated by non-tariff measures that directly target climate change mitigation, not adaptation, but mitigation, which is even more challenging. And while they have a valid cause, they also introduce trade costs. And NTMs always, put the burden on developing countries because they have a disproportionate effects on developing, at least developed countries, as well as on micro and medium-sized enterprises, even if NTMs are generally applied on a non-discriminatory manner. So we can reduce these trade costs while still combating climate change through enhancing regulatory frameworks, transparency, traceability, fostering convergence, the agreement again, and the fragmentation that Dr. Mayaki was mentioning. This AFCFTA can also offer this opportunity to bridge this fragmentation. And then at the end of the day, all in all, green industrialization, to come back to your point, Karin, is of course a shared objective from the development community, but it really needs a lot of technology transfer, financing, capabilities, industrial productive capacities, and cooperation, multilateral but also bilateral.
Thank you very much. We may not have time to do this because I know that you have to leave in a few minutes. But if we do go around to you for a next round, I would like you to reflect a bit on statements that I've heard Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala make a number of times, the executive director of WTO, who, in the context of intra-African trade, often says to African countries, as long as we all still produce the very same thing and we don't produce it very competitively, there's not a lot of trade happening. So that invitation of actually finding competitive areas as a basis for intra-African and international trade is one that, if we get to it, if you don't leave the panel before then, because two of the panelists have to catch a flight. So I'm rushing us along to Ms. Catherine Chabot, former member of the European Parliament, a co-initiator of the European Ocean Pact, and I heard over the coffee break, a very accomplished sailor, who will bring the blue economy and the ocean perspective into this discussion. And I would love to hear from you what role, because that's not often talked about when people talk about industrialization, right? We think about land and we think about the things we do on land. But what role do you see the blue economy and ocean governance in particular play in supporting that management of nexuses, as Dr. Mayaki said so well?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I will add a hat with which I come today is the strategic committee for the blue economy between Africa and Europe, funding by the Africa-Europe Foundation. And we have here the co-president, Nancy Karigitu, and I will speak under your control, Nancy. First of all, I'm a sailor, so I raised by myself a long time, and I wanted to tell, I'm very impressed this morning by the energy in this room, and I don't know if you feel, as I feel, the energy, the envy we all have to build this partnership. And I will try this morning to bring the energy of the ocean, because as a sailor, for me there is no boundaries. There is just one ocean. And I can't see the Mediterranean Sea as a symmetry. For me, the Mediterranean Sea is the link between Europe and Africa. And I'm also the co-founder of the appeal for the ocean to be recognized as a common good of humanity, because there is just one ocean. And it brings a lot of services to humanity, even for European people, for African people, for everybody in this, on this planet. So because the ocean is our common good, we are responsible as our own and collectively to protect it, because ocean is under pressure. Before speaking about the blue economy, we need to speak about what is happening with the ocean, what is happening on our coastal areas that are under pressure by the climate change, the pollutions, the activities, etc. So I'm trying since 20 years. I stopped racing 20 years ago, and I'm trying to with a lot of people to work to protect the ocean, to bring also, I'm working with scientists, and to promote a sustainable blue economy. Because the ocean, you probably know that, brings to humanity half of the oxygen we respire. And it absorbs a third of our emissions. So we really need, before developing a blue economy, to protect it. And in the parliament, I was a member of 3 committees, the PECH Fisheries Committee, the Environment Committee, and also the Development Committee. And I was involved on 2 main issues. The first one, and I won't develop this one here, but it's a very big topic of our common future, is the Great Green Wall. I think the Great Green Wall is a very interesting project on which we could build this partnership between Africa and Europe. The second one was trying to bring ocean issues in these issues of our partnership between Africa and Europe. Because when we spoke about partnership when it comes to blue economy, before we just spoke about fisheries agreement, because our boats are able to go around the African coast to fish the fishes. But there are a lot of potential, economic potential. And I will give examples of what kind of partnership we can build. First of all, in terms of depollution and regeneration, because we can, as I said, we cannot have a blue economy without regenerating the ocean. In Africa, as in Europe, the population is concentrated on the coastal areas. And as I speak, oyster farmers in the south of Brittany have to find solutions to protect their oysters from a virus spread by polluted waters. In the Joal Fadius mangrove swamp in Senegal, I've been twice in this part of the Senegal. It's the women who raise the oysters, but they have to fight against the prevalence of plastic. So we both, on the both continents, have to fight against those both problems. And as you said, Ibrahim, there is a real problem of management of the nexus, because in Europe we have this maritime policy, integrated maritime policy, but we still put the topics in silos. So we can't address all those problems without having a new governance, ocean governance, based on the integrated approach of all those topics. this approach is the key message of this European Ocean Pact that we have launched a few months ago with Europe Jacques Delors Foundation and Ocean Azul Foundation. The key, we need a profound transformation of the governance of the ocean and its potential of economic development in the European Union, but also within the framework of EU's international partnership. I'm even convinced that the future of our partnership between Africa and Europe can be built thanks to the ocean. First of all, as I said, the ocean is our common good, but also in the face of challenges of decarbonization and the greening of our economics, we can already see that the sun and wind in the African continent are a challenge for partnership, particularly for green hydrogen, which will be useful for our ships. So we already know a lot of projects in that way. We also need to transform our ports so that they are not just places where containers pass through, but also places where alternative fuels are produced, stored, and shipped. Decarbonizing maritime transport and fishing also involves transforming existing vessels, building new ones, powered by sails, and deconstructing old ones. I think that there is a whole value chain to be built between our two continents on this blue economy. The same goes for marine energy and biotechnology. For all of this, we need to strengthen cooperation in research and training to promote fisheries, transparency, and equitable blue benefit sharing. It's all written in our roadmap. I showed them a roadmap that you can take here. And thanks to the Africa-Europe Foundation. And also in the roadmap, there are a lot of proposals. We have to elevate gender equality and the participation of women and youth in the maritime sector, to promote maritime spatial planning in both continents, to accelerate large national and regional blue economy project investment, etc., etc. To conclude, I think we could unite our efforts on major treaties, such as the future treaty on plastics, or the implementation of the treaty on the ICES. We should arrive in all those international negotiations, the climate one, the biodiversity one, the ocean negotiations we have next year in France. We receive the UN Ocean Conference, and I think we should prepare those those international meetings together to bring a common approach. I think it should be a good idea. And I have a proposal, because I think to build a partnership, we need a symbol. And there is a beautiful, an amazing project, Navire Avenir. Navire Avenir, vous allez traduire. And Navire Avenir, at the beginning, it's a project for a boat for safety. It's a beautiful boat. It's a totally innovative boat. And I think we should build this boat together with two flags, the AU flag and the EU flag. Because a ship, it's a big ship with an hospital on board, etc. And I think, why won't we build this boat together?
As a real
that will be my conclusion.
Yeah. Wonderful, thank you. And whilst we're on the topic of oceans, the fourth panelist that you see behind me on the screen, still there? No. Was on a previous iteration, couldn't join us, but we do have an online participant from the Indian Ocean Commission. welcome Mr. Raj Mohabir. He's visible, yes, on the screen behind me as well. Yeah, you have to leave.
I'm so sorry because I need to.
She won't take any questions. You see that?
Yeah. But
Yes.
I think
You
the
announced that
foundation will take the.
beforehand. Thanks.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I need to leave to prepare the UNOC, the UN Ocean Conference. So many thanks for the invitation.
Mr. Mohabir, from the perspective of the Indian Ocean Commission, what do you see are complementarities to the discussion we've had so far to Europe and Africa's need in the context of green industrialization?
Thank you very much, Madam, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is with great honor that I am intervening on behalf of the General Secretary of the Indian Ocean Commission, as well as the African island states. This panel is indeed very important as it addresses a theme for the Africa-EU dialogue, something which is very important and on which I would like to make a few points. However, before I proceed on the substantive issues of the panel, I wish to point out three important considerations. First, we have to agree that we can no longer ignore the consequences of the current non-ending but unsustainable quests for economic growth worldwide, leading to environment and marine pollution and the multiple consequences of the societies and living organisms, and eventually the whole world. Secondly, then, question becomes as to whether we can still proceed towards sustainable development while addressing all the environmental challenges. Thirdly, given that the Indian Ocean Commission is the sole island states intergovernmental organization, we are particularly committed to the sustainable development of African island states. Now, coming to the substantive points, I wish to raise 4 issues for a sustained Africa-EU dialogue and cooperation in view of reorientation towards green industrialization. Firstly, there is a need for a comprehensive inventory of potential for renewable energy development and transition in Africa, including its islands, and initiate actions on this. Just to give you one example, the IOC has spearheaded the feasibility studies for greening the ports, and Mauritius, Seychelles, and Cape Verde did these feasibility study, which we supported. For those willing, it will be important for us to see to it that they are getting the support required and the technology transfer to them so that they can proceed. I have read reports which says that renewable energy from the oceans can cater for all the energy needs for the whole world. My second point is the conclusions of a ministerial conference that we organized in September last year, which is termed as the Ministerial Declaration on Blue and Circular Economy in Africa and in the Indian Ocean Islands. This declaration provides for the development of new economic sectors based on circular economy and the establishment of extended producers' responsibility frameworks at national and regional level in order to promote value chain through recycling of wastes and hence move towards a vision of islands without wastes. Why not? Let's talk about Africa without waste. For example, we studied the specific example of Réunion, which is outer European territory, where 95% of used tires are recuperated back, 60% of electric and electronic waste are recuperated back into the economy, and which provides for other sectors to be developed. We organized mission studies there in Réunion Island from representatives from all the African island states, and it gathered lots of interest towards a goal where we can see islands without waste. And this was endorsed by the Ministerial Declaration of September 2023. So we need to see to it that a pathway is developed so as to move forward. Thirdly, we should work towards, and I'm very happy to hear from the previous intervener, we should work towards together so that the Global Ocean Treaty successfully establishes a legal mechanism for marine conservation in international waters, as well as afford other protections to shared marine resources and the marine environment and eventually marine life in the oceans. Well, you know that life started in the oceans. Now here, the IOC-led regional maritime security architecture, which aims at improving governance of the oceans, is here to help and enforce the can help to enforce the implementation of such a treaty in this region, while addressing also other cross-cutting governance, ocean governance issues. The other project is funded by the French corporation, the EXPLOR project, focusing on reducing marine plastic pollution in the oceans, will provide an array of information and tools to contribute to the implementation of the Ocean Treaty. Fourth, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, following the March 2022 vote of the United Nations, we should strive to get the world adopt a global treaty on plastics to establish a common standard for plastic consumption access countries and create path to a future without plastic pollution. We at the IOC, we have initiated several actions. Unfortunately, for lack of time, I won't be able to go, but if you have questions, we can mention that. Now, I imagine these 4 sets of thematic sectors should constitute new pillars for the greening in industrialization for all of us. Now, I would like to make 2 last points before I end. First, I wish to particularly make a pledge for the mobilization of development and aid and support to favorable regional initiatives such as those I mentioned towards green transition and circular economy, such as mechanisms like NDC, to which we believe we are all party to. And lastly, my last point, and it was also mentioned earlier, that we cannot ignore the potential for the youth to be as agents for change, whether the youth are not just recipients of policy changes and implementation, but they should also be participants in decision-making at all levels. With regards to the IOC, we have established a regional platform for the youth, which we believe can be another mechanism that can be working together with other foundations such as Africa EU Youth Forum to work towards the reorientation of towards the green economy of the world. So thank you very much. I wanted just to be very brief and making these points. I would be very glad to take any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've covered an immense breadth. I'm not even going to try and summarize, but what keeps bubbling up for me is a sense of opportunity, a need for a different type of vision and ambition, and some real homework. Homework at home, in individual countries with our regional institutions, and homework for a new kind of collaboration internationally. And those are hard tasks, but they are worth it because the opportunity and the prize can be so big. I know I started off by saying we would have ample time for interaction. You may have seen that little note being slipped to me, which was saying you need to wrap up soon. There's time for one audience question. So if you think you have the one, that should be asked. Haha. This gentleman.
Thank you for giving me this priority. Thank you.
Oops, sorry. I indicated this gentleman. I'm so sorry, sir.
We're not looking for a coup d'etat here. It's no. I'm really addressing
I don't think your mic is working.
Yes, it's working. It's working now. No, I just want to make one comment and a question to my brother and friend, Dr. Mayaki, who asked me to come and sit here. And if he only had known, maybe he would not have encouraged that. No, I just want to say a few. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Abdullah Ijani. I used to be a former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa some many moons ago. I want to, as we move our agenda for industrialization, I'm just wondering how that fits into Europe-Africa. Because you see, before there was a division of labor. We produced and you manufactured and so on. And now it's different. So there will be an element of competition, particularly for markets and all that. So, and I don't know how we're going to resolve that. For us in Africa, the elements that should prove this agenda is youths, they become more conscious of the need to industrialize. And how we industrialize, I don't want to go into that, but certainly we can. The other one is really markets. And here, for markets, I think we must look inwards for a while. We must look inwards, just like we are doing for trade. Trade, we are not saying, it's a universal activity, but we have intra-African trade, and that is what's promoting the development of intra-African trade. The same should go for industrialization. I'm disappointed that Dr. Mayaki did not talk about integration. Integration, having schemes like what we did for trade. We must have something similar for industrialization. We look inwards, create our markets, promote common objectives and common activities and so on. So Ibrahim, I want you to comment on that and see, because you were quiet on. I know you are a believer in integration, but you were quiet on it, and I can assure you that our industrialization agenda must be built on and hooked to our ability to integrate, just like we are doing in the area of trade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a very good question. I didn't want to elaborate too much, but we have, at the AU level, 11 frameworks regarding integration. And IDA, which is the African Strategy for Industrialization, is one of them. And CFTA is one of them. Malabo is one of them in agriculture. So these 11 frameworks, they go from health to science and technology, etc., to artificial intelligence. The 11 frameworks need to be linked and managed through the nexuses. So the delivery model of regional integration is first a common African position, secondly, a regional translation of a common position. This is what we have done with IDA, with CADEP, etc. And thirdly, an adequation between national plan and regionally translated continental frameworks. So that's the architecture, theoretically. Now, evidently, it's moving slowly because we are an intergovernmental organization. We are not a supranational organization. But still, being an intergovernmental organization, a lot of efforts and progresses are being made. Just 2 points on agri-food systems. We refer a lot to bad numbers regarding hunger, but agricultural value added has been multiplied by 2 since 2000. Land productivity has gone up, worker productivity has gone up. Intra-Africa trade in agric products has been multiplied by 3 since 2000. So progresses are being made, but the big issue that we need to face, and we talked about it yesterday, is the issue of demographics. So how do we make sure that these demographic growth rates that we have do not eat the gains that we do? And that's where we will be challenged, because the numbers are massive. 20 million jobs per year in the next 20 years. This is a massive number. And
that's for Africa alone now. It's not global. 20 million.
yeah, 20 million Africa. Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about Africa. Yeah. And so we have a gap of, let's say, we create about 10 million. So we need to create but double. And stability will depend on jobs creation. And jobs creation will depend on industrialization. Industrialization will depend on manufacturing. I hear a lot of economists say, no, you need to focus on services. I mean, the UNCTAD report referred a lot to services, but this is not the way we chose to go. Yeah, absolutely. And the market, so on the markets, quick points on the agri-food systems. Yeah, I will wrap up. We cannot produce, we cannot produce all of us the same thing. So this is why we identified food baskets, and food baskets where we can improve productivity by improving infrastructure and connectivity. So that's let me wrap up here. We could go over and over, yeah.
I just wanted to make a 2 minutes comment at the end. One, okay, well, we need to talk about financing. 3.3 billion people, which is more than 40% of the world's population, live in countries that spend more on servicing their debts than they spend on education and health combined. So we are talking about industrialization, about greening value chains, about economic diversification, about job creation, about internal agreements. But if industrialization, economic diversification requires financing. And that's a task from the international community that to facilitate. It's not just ODA. It was mentioned in the first panel. It's not just that. It's more than that. It's how we are going to really help countries to financing these sectors that whose countries now are so tight by the debt servicing. Just wanted to make sure of this point, because otherwise.
No worries. No worries. You can tell the conversation has only just started, and there were at least 2 questions that immediately popped up that I couldn't give the floor. We have to move on, but I would like to thank my panelists very much for their amazing contributions and invite you to come find all of us to further that discussion with the panelists and with each other. Thank you very much.
And that's indeed a fascinating conversation, and we'll have the networking lunch as well for that. So next panel, last but not least, a fascinating conversation that we will have around resilient health systems, also at the nexus of pandemics, conflict, and climate. So I would like to invite here Sprig Gomb, our Senior Fellow for Health at the Africa Foundation, to lead that conversation.
Thank you very much. Is my mic? Yeah, my mic is on. I am standing between you and lunch, and I've also been instructed I have 15 minutes less than we would have liked. So, without further ado, I would really like to invite our distinguished panelists to come and join me. I will say now, all protocols observed, so that we don't take up a lot of time with introductions. You know them all. Dr. Jean Kaseya is a familiar face on the global health scene. Dr. Marta Temido, who is a member of the European Parliament and former European Portuguese Minister of Health. And Mr. Dirk Brems, who is the Director for Multilateral and Thematic Cooperation at the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation. Please join me. As they are saying hello and taking their seats, I would like to do 2 things. The first is to insert something into the title of our discussion. So when we're talking about health, I'm going to recontextualize this in SDG 3, which is about health and well-being. And in extending that discussion, we have heard and we have been encouraged to talk about the nexus of the issues that we are speaking about. And so what is the nexus of health and well-being between Africa and Europe? On Monday, the final round, we think, we hope, of the negotiations on the pandemic treaty begun in Geneva. In that negotiation, a number of issues are contested, including between Europe and Africa. That is on commitments on investments for health. That is of sharing of access and benefits that result from the pandemic treaty. And there are contestations about how One Health should be applied in the context of the pandemic treaty. In addition, we have a G20 Health Ministers Declaration just concluded that is very ambitious on some fronts and implicates both now the African Union and the European Union, as well as the member states. A South African presidency of that union, of that G20 that is ahead of us, the troika of which will include the United States of America, which is the next G20 presidency after South Africa. We have the reality of the climate crisis experienced very tragically and painfully in Spain, and we send our commiserations to the people of Spain for the losses that they are enduring in a year of superlatives of the pandemic crisis. We have an unspoken and perhaps unconsidered lasting trauma from the pandemic, from climate crisis, from people who are orphaned. 1 in 5 children in Africa is an orphan. What does that mean for long-view leadership? We have an epidemic of loneliness identified by the UN, I think experienced particularly in an aging Europe. And that epidemic of loneliness may or may not be fueling a culture of fear and mistrust of the unknown and of the foreign. And against all of that, we have to find a way to forge partnerships, and as President Robinson has exhorted us to do, take a long view. So my first question to each of you as panelists, and perhaps I will start with you, Dr. Kaseya. What do you see as long view leadership in the context of health and well-being at the nexus of Africa and Europe? And you can also answer that in turn.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. Yesterday, I was speaking with some leaders, AU, EU leaders were attending this dinner that we had, and I said I decided to cancel all trips out of Africa to focus on the outbreaks that we have in Africa. I made it that as an exception. I knew that I would meet Mary Robinson, Mo Ibrahim, and other leaders, because I wanted to engage them on this dialogue. When we talk about the nexus between pandemic, climate change, and conflict, we need to see that, as you said, how can we strengthen the relationship between European Union and African Union to move forward? We need to know that the next pandemic we are talking about can be next door. Today, we are facing Mpox in Africa. We are facing Marburg in Africa. But these two diseases are classified by WHO as being potentially pandemics. If we don't address that, if we don't control these outbreaks, all of us we are at risk. Let me share something with you. We are talking about mistrust between Africa and Europe. Mostly when we are talking about mistrust, we talk about COVID. But some people, they even don't know that when COVID was public health emergency of international concern, we had also another disease that was at the same time public emergency of international concern. It was Mpox. What Europe and the US, they did, but let me talk mostly about Europe. This Mpox, we have only 5 deaths in Africa, in Europe, a number of cases, but 5 deaths. Europe, they manufactured vaccines quickly. They manufactured diagnostics, medicines. They vaccinated their own people. They didn't see that in Africa, this Mpox was growing. Number of cases was growing. And you know what they did with the remaining doses of vaccines? They decided to keep it a stockpile for themselves. Africa didn't receive even one single dose of vaccine. At the same moment, and this is what is linking the nexus we are talking about, at the same moment, in the eastern part of DRC, and when we are talking about eastern part of DRC, you have to understand that I'm talking about 4 countries: Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC. At the same time, we have a mutation of this virus that created the clade 1b. This clade 1b is what is killing mostly people today in Africa. And this clade 1b was discovered before even lifting the status of public health emergency of international concern of Mpox. It means it was there before lifting the status, and we didn't get solidarity. This is what is making me, as Director General of Africa CDC, a little bit uncomfortable, even to sit and to talk about this issue with some of our partners. Because I say this is lack of solidarity. And now, let me inform you, Mpox already killed 1,100 people in Africa. Mpox, when I started to talk about it in April 2024, we had only 6 countries. Today we have 19 countries. Mm-hmm. How many countries do we need for our partners to come and to support? Europe, they are telling us, Africa, you are not organized. But Africa CDC is there. Today, Africa CDC is leading health in Africa. We are putting all ministers together. We are putting all head of state together. If you see my post, almost every week I'm meeting all African head of states, everywhere I'm going. Today, we decided to create for the first time one continental response plan with one mechanism to lead the response. And how much did we get from Europe? How much? And I can tell you, when I flew, I was in CNN, I met some dignitaries from the US. They committed $500 million as pledge. How much of this pledge is now? We can say we get money from this pledge. I think this mistrust, I can see it on daily basis. This is why my leaders said, DJ, we'll organize a meeting. We'll increase our domestic resources. But we have to say to our partners, mostly to Europe, they don't have to abandon us. If they abandon us, it won't send the message that we are looking, now we are looking to build a strong relationship. I will finish by saying, we don't want every day when we have an outbreak, as we did for COVID, as we are doing for Marburg, as we are doing for Mpox, to start to beg for European countries to give us vaccines, medicines, and diagnostics. We need to manufacture our own vaccines, our own medicines. My big brother was talking about manufacturing. We decided to launch a big initiative in Africa called PAVM, Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing. Now we are extending that to other commodities. Then they were telling me, you don't have market. We said, okay. We went back. We created the African pool procurement mechanism. What was the reaction? People, they started to say, why did you create that? You will break the mechanism that exists globally. Do we think about the mechanism at global level? We want to give access to our people to medicines, diagnostics, and vaccines that they want at affordable price and quality product. I think this is where we are in Africa. We are very serious with this agenda. And we are just asking Europe to send us strong and tangible messages that can show us that we are moving. I will stop there.
Thank you. Perhaps I could come to you, Mr. Burns. I know that Belgium has taken a particular approach in Senegal. Perhaps you can speak about that, and then more broadly about long-view leadership for health and well-being.
Okay. When I was listening to you, I was thinking, what should I do? Should I say what I had prepared, and I'm not going to do this? Or should I react on this, or should I react on the whole of this conference? Because in each session we had things we could link in practice to health, and what is the reaction of the international community in a practical case. I was going to answer to the Ugandan man who was there saying, yes, it is the local delivery which is important, and we talk a lot and we have a lot to say and we can still discuss, but in the end we have to go back. And in the end, it will be the government having to deal with the service delivery for their population. That is a fact. We cannot outsource everything to private sector because the state has to do its own part also. And this has to do with domestic resource mobilization. This has to do with linking the population with the leaders they have a right and they are entitled to. This is what was written, for instance, in Gambling on Development of Stefan Derkon, who is saying that development is increasing when there is the good leadership. So this is something we should look at. This is linked to the illicit flows. This is linked to a lot of issues. So this was what I was going to say first. And then I hear this and I say, well, do I have to defend Belgium? Do I have to defend Europe, what we did? We are there. We are the ones now, Europe with Belgium, we are the ones pushing the international community to do something. We are planting the seed money, but it's not enough, that's for sure. If we look at what is the need, 15 million vaccines for Mpox. We all know it costs 120 euro a dose. If you multiply it by 15 million, you know the cost. Where is this money going to come from? We were talking about getting new finance modalities, getting the international community behind the investment. Is this an investment? Yes, of course it's an investment. No one is safe until everyone is safe, and all these slogans we have put forward in all these international discussions, etc. So we have to see it, the whole system through, and look at every part, and that's where we are really going for these mutual beneficial partnerships. We have to have a partnership where Europe and Africa together are moving forward and are gaining from this partnership. And we need more efficiency in aid delivery. We need more efficiency in national management, etc., etc. So yes, of course, there are a lot of challenges and we can tackle them together. It's not by saying you don't do enough. We are all doing a bit and we're not doing enough. That's clear and I accept it. So let's see where we can move forward and where we can go in Senegal.
Okay. In Senegal, for example.
That's where we come to. We have started with Belgium during our presidency and we are building on this. We have started to produce, to try to start the production of vaccines and health products in Africa. And we are working in Senegal to put it together and to try to move forward. We have identified other countries where we can do it. We are working with South Africa, we are working with Rwanda, and it's all done in a Team Europe spirit, where Annabelle, which is also represented here, is taking a leading role together with African CDC, and I want to stress it, under the lead of African CDC. Whatever we're doing now, distributing vaccines in Congo for the Mpox, we are doing it under the coordination of African CDC. And that's perhaps small steps, but it are important steps to go towards this partnership. And perhaps I should stop here.
Just so we can also hear from Dr. Tabindo, and I want to hear from you in the audience as well. So go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I think that clearly we are not doing enough in the European Union. And I would like to take a step back first and say something, because you asked us about leadership and about the vision. And I think that the leadership we need is one that stresses the need, the basic need of more resilient healthcare systems. And this seems quite simple, but it is not. But it is true that now even the concept of pandemics and we are talking about pandemics, includes the resilience of healthcare system, because the concept that the WHO, Intergovernmental Negotiation Body, refers recently recently put on the table includes the pressure of a pandemic on the healthcare systems and recognizes the need for more resilient health systems. So I think that we need to come to that, and we need to think that this encompasses universal health coverage. And that is not only providing vaccines or medicines or whatever. I would say that the big difference between one of the big differences between the answer that European countries can do to Mpox and one that African countries can present to Mpox also is related with healthcare systems, because vaccines or medicines is the easiest part to do, but we need to go further. And for that, we need to develop true partnerships based on equal parts. Of course, that we need to address all issues that were mentioned, have been mentioned before, namely the questions of the financial international architecture, the questions of financing, the questions of international debt, etc. But we need to move in the direction of learning from each other. I would like to mention an example of that. A book, a very well-known book of Nigel Crisp, Turning the World Upside Down, was about the way healthier countries can learn from low and middle income countries. A new version of that book is how all countries can learn from their more fragile communities to develop innovative solutions for healthcare problems. And again, this is much more complicated, I think, that just delivering vaccines or deciding about patent issues. And I fully agree with the director of CDC Africa point that we need to accept that those countries needs to have their autonomy in developing their products. But I think that the vision, it's much more than that, and it's about health systems based on primary health care for everybody, because it's the only solution that is sustainable.
Okay, so investment in primary health care is what we need to see. We need to see universal health coverage provided. That all requires money. That money does not appear to be forthcoming. At the same time, we are looking at a year, next year, in which the African Union will be calling for reparations as a way of leveraging new resources. There will be questions about refinancing, and financing for health will be central to those. We will be looking at a European Union that's vastly reduced overseas development assistance. So I see developments in real life that do not match this very nice rhetoric, when all of us who are very smart in this room know that we're not going to achieve any of the things that we wish for resilient health systems without putting the money on the table. And I recall from the COVID pandemic, and we'll try to look at the leadership, that Africa came with money and was still told, get to the back of the queue. And this is the basis of some of the mistrust that we see in the room. So very openly in this room, can we have a discussion about what it takes for you, Europe, to move, and what it takes for you, Africa, to move, and not letting Africa off the hook? There is another kind of mistrust, and that is that resources that accrue to our governments do not necessarily accrue to our societies. So how do we address that other elephant in the room? I will take comments and questions from the floor, and you can think about your responses. Yes. I don't know in which order the hands went up. Maybe over there, and then Eloise, and then we'll go to the back.
Yes.
Introduce yourself.
So my name is Björk Pálsdóttir from the Training for Health Equity Network. I'd love to hear people's perspective also, the key ingredients of a resilient health system, health workers, migration of health workers, investment in health workers. You know, a lot of African countries train them and pay for the training, and many of them then move back and forth. Any ideas on how to address that challenge?
Okay, we'll take all 4 questions before we go ahead. Eloise, your question or comment? Over here, please, a mic.
Hi, I'm Eloise Todd from the Pandemic Action Network. I just wanted to thank Dr. Kasaya for his straightforward comments, and I think it is highly frustrating for many of us advocates in Europe and elsewhere to hear the grand rhetoric about the partnerships that we want to create with respectful partnerships overseas. And yet there isn't enough understanding about the damage done to the political relationships through the COVID years, and indeed the aftermath now, and even seeing this in action around Mpox and Marburg. And I think one of the difficulties we have, we tend to technocratize health interventions or ODA, these like soft issues that are not soft at all. It's about investment in manufacturing, R&D, delivery, supply chains, people's lives, people's livelihoods. So until and unless the European Union, its member states, and frankly lots of partners understand the politics of what's happened during COVID, not just the, oh, it's a bit of money, can we afford to give it? No, the distrust is real, and it's because of real actions that were undertaken or ignored. So I think we need a bit of that matching. It's what you said, Spring, just now. But when we're talking about, oh, what do we think about ODA, the partnerships, the future? Well, there's types of money, we can debate it, but what we know from the current multi-annual financial framework of the EU is the money for partnerships was pilfered and pillaged time and time again because of urgent crises on the continent, because of Ukraine, because of Gaza, because of economic crises. But it was taken from partnership money that needed to go elsewhere as well. So let's get real in the next long-term EU budget. Let's have way more for EU external action, because it's not about charity, it's good politics and it's good policy. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you for your remarks.
Go ahead. Everyone's questions have to be short because we have very limited time.
Yes, again, Emablen Barashimana, the chairman of Ugandan Mufid's Manufacturers Association. I don't know if there's anyone here from African Union.
I'm from African Union.
Yes, so no, it's a good point. Yeah, we are going together. As we're talking now, last year in July, I was in Naivasha in Kenya with the African Union and the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. We're working on the 3 Cs: COVID crisis, the Ukraine, the conflicts, and the climate change. Now, the truth is Africa is the hot girl. You know, she's the person who everyone wants to work with because she has a good future ahead. We're talking about the young population. However, Europe, for so many years that it's been in Africa, is not recognizing what Africa's potential is and beyond. But the more European unions continually, as the lady just said, bureaucracy, all these type of meetings we have, we're losing the momentum. And other international organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are putting in investments to see that they can work with Africa. So again, I go back to the very point I said earlier on. We've been talking, and it's really great work that Blem and your team in Belgium are doing to help in advancements in really being on ground, but Europe needs to act. We have had so many lengthy information. We have enough data about Africa, and it's great that some of the people who are around here, they know what Africa needs, and they've been working with these good methodologies. Now we're talking about paradigm shift. but we really need action now, less than continuous conversations. That's what I believe.
Thank you for your comment. Was there another question or comment? I saw one more, or otherwise we come back to you. Let's start. Who wants to go first? I will give you freedom of the
Sorry.
mic. Okay.
There is a question there.
There was actually an
There's one more question?
Do
Okay.
I have the time, or do you want to go ahead?
Go.
Okay,
Yeah.
Margherita Leone from Save the Children. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Marta Tamido for the mention of investing on primary health care. Without the primary health care, we are not going to achieve universal health coverage. We know that by 2030, this is already a very majestic objective that very likely we are going to miss. And the funding discussion is absolutely necessary. 2 comments. The first one, one
Go
comment
quick.
and a half.
Okay.
The first one, when we talk about mistrust, can we talk also about the elephant in the room and IP waivers?
Okay.
Because we can continue this discussion, we can increase the manufacturing, we can increase the capacities from the African continent. What do we do if we do not have, for the next pandemic, IP waiver, first of all? Second of all, we have an European framework on global health. This is the European Global Health Strategy. This has not been embedded by all European member states. This is not reflected in the strategy of the Global Gateway. And the Global Gateway, it's mainly focused on infrastructure. There has been the publishing of a report just last week from Oxfam denouncing who actually benefit from the Global Gateway. And these are not civil society organizations, these are not African partners. So I think that at a certain point, we also need to be a little bit realistic and look at the next MFF for the actual possibilities that it will unlock. Yes, it can unlock funding, but if we do not build equal partnership now, as it was not in 2022 at the last EU-Africa summit, for the next one, we are not going to have an impact.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, so.
Yeah. I totally agree with all comments made, even the last comment. Let me tell you our frustration. African countries were colonized by European countries. It means we have a strong linkage, Africa and Europe. But what we see, Europe doesn't listen from us. We want to see Europe coming and saying, talk to us, tell us what are your needs and where we can support for you to move forward. We don't want to listen every day about blames, about risk, about things like that. Today, what is the truth? I will tell you. When we are talking about the resistance, I don't know, maybe you didn't say it clearly. Yesterday, I was informed that there is a resistance to organize the EU-AU summit next year. Why there is this resistance? Donald Kaberuka was saying there is a big elephant in the room like China. Our leaders, they flew to China in September with a commitment of $51 billion over the 3 years. We want to change, we want Europe to change the narrative. Our leaders, they are tired to come just to talk. We talk, and nothing is done. Let us, in the health sector, I don't want to talk as a politician, in the health sector, we are leading that sector in Africa. We know what we want. We have our plans. Countries have plans. Can we please sit and see how we can work to achieve these plans? We are talking about universal coverage, primary health care, and we have clear idea where we are going. When I'm discussing with my ministers and my leaders in Africa, the impression they are giving me, it's like Europe, they know what we want, and they are coming to give us what they want to give us. And this is so frustrating. The last one I wanted to talk about is we can improve on the way to work together. This is what President Macky Sall was talking about, the New Deal. And for me, this New Deal is so important. When we are talking about the health sector in Africa, there are countries doing very well. Let me talk about Rwanda. This country, out of $145 million they need to stop Marburg, they already provide around 60 million. How much Europe gave to Rwanda?
Can I ask you, though? I'm going to be provocative. Why should anybody give any money to Rwanda to deal with its own health problems?
Why no one is giving money to Rwanda?
No, why should anybody give money to Rwanda to deal with its own health problems?
No, we cannot take it from there. We have to say that we are living in one planet. And let us learn from COVID. What you are telling me is exactly what people were saying when COVID started in China.
This is why I'm telling you.
People, they were saying, why do we have to support? Let us even lock China, and this COVID will stay there. Today, Rwanda did great job. Believe me, I went to Rwanda 4 times since this Marburg outbreak started. This is the first time to see a country dealing efficiently with an outbreak in Africa. If Rwanda didn't manage this outbreak, maybe we will not sit today here. But this country did a lot with the resources that they have. Now they need solidarity. You know what we are getting from other countries? Travel ban. But this travel ban will not save you. I think it's time for European leaders who are here to talk to their countries. You were minister. Please talk to Portugal. And we need now to say, this country, we are talking, because we don't want to talk about countries where there is no transparency. In Rwanda, there is transparency on the way to manage resources. I think today, if we can put money in the Rwandan system, it will bring impact and will save the world. My voice today, my pledge today, my advocacy is, let us support this country that has a clear plan, that is providing funding, but they don't have enough money, that will save also our life in Africa and in the world.
Thank you. You've been shaking your head actively, Dr. Temida, so please go ahead.
Well, I fully disagree in so many things that you mentioned. And this is very good, because it's very different from normal situations that we have on that type of conferences. Usually we say, I fully agree and I fully support, but I fully disagree. Why? Because if we want to build a real partnership between equals, we also need you to understand our problems. And we also have huge problems. Europe is under a recession, a financial recession. My country, my own country, is a small country. It has been under financial assistance a couple of years ago. So we are fully committed in partnerships, namely in public health partnerships, because we learned from the past what this nobody safe till everybody safe means. But for those types of partnership that we need to build on, we need trust, and the trust comes with truth. And truth is that partnerships is not only giving money. We don't have money even for our own healthcare systems most of the times. Politics is an issue, and coming to your question, of all of us. We all have a role to play in our healthcare and in politics. So, and today we have something very different happening in the world, and this comes from the United States of America. And I think that the most important challenge that we need to keep today is that we need to be responsible for our decisions and assume the difficult times we are living in. As a European, I would like to see more funding from Europe for healthcare in Europe and abroad. I would like to see a common policy regarding human healthcare
resources, human health resources. That is the huge, is another elephant in the room that nobody is carrying. We, in Europe, for instance, we risk to have beautiful infrastructures, beautiful health programs, and no workforce for health. And I know that we are brain draining human resources for health from other countries, and this is unfair trade, at least. But we need to discuss how we can cooperate under what we have, and not on promises that don't that are not more than words. And we all face difficulties, and assuming our own responsibilities and not giving up of delivering and not ceding to skepticism or unfaith is my point of dealing with it during the pandemic in a poor country as Portugal.
Thank you. Please, go ahead, Mr. Brims, and then I will try to wrap up the nuggets I am seeing emerging here.
What can I add? I can reply to, we have programs already where we are training people in Africa, which are then going to the European market. We should do more on circular migration. There's a lot of opportunities, but we don't always agree in Europe either on fundamental issues. We want to defend more spending on health in Africa. And we are like-minded in the European Council, but there are other countries who are not. We have to face this reality that we're not united on everything in Europe. And we are always dealing with compromises in trying to get a part of what we want. So it's not always the one Europe. There are allies, and perhaps we should link up with the allies and trying to get the support to convince the ones who are not fully in agreement with what we want. For the next MFF, of course, I would have liked much more, even in the previous one, which I discussed, by the way, to have much more on human development and on health and on education, etc. And then when we had a nice agreement, and I've personally, and some will know it in the room, I've personally put in the at least so much for sub-Saharan Africa, and this is what is protecting now part of the budget to still go to sub-Saharan Africa. And we have to be careful to what we discuss for the next MFF, and we need this alliance, but we are in a minority on these issues. I must admit that it will be a difficult discussion. Let's be honest in our partnership and say the truth. As you say, we are not always on the same line with all European countries, and you should link up with the ones that you want to support. We tried it with our presidency, and I don't want to put myself in flowers, but we have done, I guess, some steps towards this partnership in health, in trying to move, but it's not enough, and it's never enough.
Thank you. I have a big red light blinking at me from the back of the room telling me my time is out. So I am going to stop. But before I do, allow me just to maybe crystallize what I have heard, and if I paraphrase you, forgive me. I think what we're saying here is mature relationships are ones in which you can have discussions and be honest without breaking up, right? They don't need to be slamming of doors and I'm never talking to you again. And so that mature relationship requires both Africa and Europe to bring all of the nuances from both continents to the table. What is working, what is not, what the difficult areas in the relationship are internally and externally. I'm called to reflect that Europe has a global gateway program and a global gateway. Does Africa have a Europe program, a Europe plan in respect of health? Perhaps that is something that the Africa CDC could take the lead in articulating to help have that conversation where all the issues and all the problems are brought to the table. There's a proposition for circular migration. I would say that circular migration is happening. We talk about the stuff that ends up with dead bodies in the Mediterranean, but we don't talk about the agreements that are being concluded to bring hundreds of thousands of Africans to Europe. And what could be leveraged from those. Each country has them, you will know. And so the human resources for health, whether those are community health workers or others, can be leveraged to the benefit of both continents. I think at our shortest point between the two continents, it's something like 20 kilometers, not even, something like that. So we are closer than any other continents are. And politically, we are probably closer because of historical and also geographical reasons. Let's leverage that to make both our continents resilient. We share common languages. Let's leverage those to our mutual benefit. I thank you all for your attention, and I hope there'll be more discussion in the break. Okay. Oh, we've got to stand for a picture.
Yes, quick group picture. And then for everyone, so now it's time for lunch. So it will be served outside. We will clean a little bit the room here so you can come in and bring the food inside. We will be back again for the next conversation on digital transformation and AI at 1:50. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Sorry to be the party pooper, but inviting you to take a seat. We're going to start shortly. So please come to the front, have a seat. Thank you. So please, everyone, if I can invite you back to the room, take your seat. We're going to start shortly. Thank you. So everyone, please come in, have a seat, take your coffee, water, pick up some reports. We're going to kick off very shortly for the next conversation. So if I can ask for everyone to be silent, please. Thank you. So welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed the lunch and you enjoyed as well discussing with all the different peers and friends today. So time to look at a very exciting conversation around digital technology, around artificial intelligence. You know, like when we talk about them, we think about these technologies really fostering economic inclusivity, safe, sustainable, and ethical use, and also robust digital transformation and infrastructure. So what we've seen over the couple of months is actually a lot of standards that came in, lots of frameworks. But what is really needed is an harmonization of these different standards of frameworks, equally important as the need for the required investment and financing to really benefit from the digital transition. So on this note, and it's great, they are already ready. So I will hand over to Samir Abdelkrim, who's the founder of Emerging Valley and Startup Bricks, but also Friends of Europe, European Young Leader, to really lead this dialogue on digital transformation and AI and how the both continents can actually work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Holly. Okay, hi everyone. Thank you very much to the Africa-Europe Foundation for the kind invitation and for gathering us around this strategic topic, our infrastructure of tomorrow, digital transformation and artificial intelligence. First of all, please apologize in advance my French accent. I will do my best. I will do my very best to be very clear in my pronunciation. So I am Sami Abdelkrim. I am the founder of Emerging Valley. I'm an author, an entrepreneur. And it's a real privilege to open this discussion about the topic of artificial intelligence within the framework of Africa-Europe relationship. So our panel will touch on the pulse of a rapidly changing world where technology and innovation are not only tools, but essential levers intertwined within our development goals. The Africa-Europe Foundation Future Africa-Europe report, I'm sure that everyone in the room has read the report, right? The Africa sets the stage for our conversation. And in this report, it underscores that we are at a critical juncture with emerging digital technologies like AI offering unprecedented opportunities to drive sustainable development, enhance global competitiveness, and shape the resilience of our societies. However, for these advancements to benefit all, strategic cooperation is essential, especially between our two continents, Europe and Africa. So we have the chance to have this discussion with two brilliant experts, practitioners of AI, as experts, as academicians, and as entrepreneurs. And I will present both of them. I will start with Dr. Seydina Moussandai, and I will ask you, kindly ask you to give a round of applause to our speakers. So, Dr. Ndai, you are a lecturer at Sheikh Hamidou Khan Digital University in Senegal, and you work closely also with the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation in driving the digital transformation of Senegal higher education system. Of course, you will develop more about your background. What is important to have you around the table today is that you are a member of the UN High-Level Advisory Board on AI. And I will ask you a couple of questions about your work in this committee. Thank you for being here. And we have also Kate, who is Central African, raised in Paris and living in Nairobi. It's right, okay.
Correct.
So a true Europe-African panelist. You are an entrepreneur, a technologist, and you have received a lot of recognition, international recognition about your work on impact, especially on AI. You have been named a Time 100 most influential people in AI last year in 2023, and One Young World Entrepreneur of the Year 2024. Congratulations. We can give a... And you are the founder and CEO of an African startup named Amini. And you will give us a little explanation about the problem you're solving. Thank you for being here. And I will start our discussion right now with you, Seydina, Dr. Seydina Moussandai. Ndiaye, sorry. So you are a member of the United Nations High-Level Advisory Board on AI. You can, I'm sure that people will be very interested in knowing more about the strategic goals of this advisory board. And you have recently released a a report named the Governing AI for Humanity. From your perspective, how can we foster greater global and Africa-Europe cooperation to harness the full potential of AI while limiting security risks?
Thank you, Samir. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to share a little bit about our work in the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI. First of all, the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI has been set up by the SG of UN on October 2023. And the main objective was to have proposition about the global governance of AI. The body is composed of 39 people from all around the world, and with gender balance. We was 20 women and 19 men. Multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary, people from private sector, from public sector, from academia, and so on. And we launched our first report on December 2023, and after that we had some engagement with the communities all around the world. We did more than 50 consultation in conferences and so on. We did more than 16 deep dive, sectorial deep dive with experts. It was online. We did it to have some feedback about the first report. And after that, we worked with the GDC to make some recommendation on the GDC, and we did 3 in-person meetings in New York, Geneva, and Singapore. And in Geneva, we met all the UN organizations there to see their work about AI and to gather some inputs to put in our final report. And after that, we launched the final report on September 19. And in the report, we have 6 main recommendations. The first is to have a international scientific panel, which is a panel who gather scientific expert, multi-stakeholder, and to build each year a report on AI opportunities, AI risks, and to see what can AI do for SDGs. The second is to have a policy dialogue, which is more a government dialogue to help have a common understanding of AI governance, and to take also the report of the international panel, scientific panel, to see what to do with the recommendation from the scientific community. The third one is it's to have a standard exchange. It's more to have a repository of all standards in AI, and to see the gaps, and to help to see how to build new standards. And the fourth one is to have a capacity development network to help countries to bridge the gap in compute, in talent, and in data. And the fifth one is the AI fund to help support projects on AI all around the world, but especially to help bridge the gap for talent and infrastructure. And the last one is to have a data framework to see how to have some standards in data sharing and to have this kind of thing. And I think that both in the international scientific panel and the policy dialogue, the collaboration with Europe and Africa could be an interesting, because in the scientific panel we will talk about more the opportunity and the risk, and how to use AI to attain the objective of SDG, and it is the way to have common projects between Europe and Africa. And in the policy dialogue, it's more for government, and I think that there is a great challenge, because in Africa we see a gap between population and government when we talk about AI. The population is more aware on what can be done by the population on AI than the government. It's a huge gap, actually, and I think that it could be a great thing to do. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this perspective. I have a second question regarding all you just said. What are the quick wins, according to you, to strengthen AI governance, implement frameworks, and ultimately turbocharge the SDGs?
I think that the quick win is first of all, to raise awareness for government people. Because if we don't have that, nothing can be done in Africa. Because for AI, we need the government to be involved, because we need infrastructure and we need a lot of data. So for the talent part, it's easy. I think that African people, the youth are online and can have all the competencies to do AI well. But if we don't have this common understanding of what we can do as African between the governments and scientific or private sector or so on, we will not have AI has a reality in Africa. It will be very, very difficult. And I think that the other thing is to build an infrastructure, because we need it. Some countries have compute, but it's not enough, and has infrastructure for data, but we need more, and we need to share compute capacity within Africa and with Africa and the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer. I will come back to you a little bit later, but I would like to ask you, Kate, as an entrepreneur, the CEO of Amini. You have a lot of experience in AI innovation with the global tech startups, and you know quite well the potential and also the challenges of AI for good. It is said that AI could contribute up to 15.7 trillion US dollars to the global economy by 2030, of which 1.2 trillion could be generated in Africa only. So according to you, how can we ensure this growth for Africa?
So that's a... Hello? Thank you. Thank you. That's a great question. You know, I've been in the field I'm actually coming to my 10th year in AI, which is kind of enough to understand where we were before and how we got to where we are today. And I think it's important, if we're going to talk about the future in Africa, it's important to go back to how everything developed. The reason 2 years ago, there was this moment where ChatGPT became available to everyone. So all of a sudden, the entire world woke up and said, AI is real, we have to do something about it. But it didn't happen in an instant. AI has been around for a very, very long time. And how we got here is because of three things. First, compute has been developed. So you had now NVIDIA GPUs, for example, that have been used to be able to process a lot of the complex AI workloads. So we've made advancements in compute. The second thing has been around research in models and algorithms and the talent. So a lot of the algorithms, a lot of the research has been driven by talent that has been trained in the most renowned universities in the world. And the third one is around the data boom. So we had a Cambrian explosion of data. All of a sudden, all of us were on our phones, and all that data that was generated by our computers, our phones, actually went into training algorithms and deploying solutions that were making our lives more and more efficient. Actually, your phone today is the device that processes the most AI, but it's completely invisible. You're using your phone on an hourly basis. You're using your laptop on an hourly basis. But what is in there is actually the full power already of AI, but it was completely invisible to us or to the common population, so we didn't actually realize until that generative AI boom came into the picture that we were already at that moment. If you think about Africa today, and if you think about our opportunities and our challenges, I'm actually more of an optimistic, so I'm going to focus on the opportunities that I see. Compute is already here, so we can buy compute. You mentioned there's some countries that already have compute. Even us in our company, we have our small supercomputers, so we're actually training our own AI within the company. The second thing is around the talent and the research. Models are commoditized. We have a lot of brilliant developers, machine learning and AI developers on the continent. We have to empower them. They're already there. The youth is already very, very savvy in AI. I mean, most of my engineers are 25 years old in Kenya. So they already know how to use these technologies and how to build on it. The one that is really tricky today is actually data, because Africa is the most data-scarce continent. And that data scarcity spans from multiple types of data, be it environmental data that is key for anything related to climate change, being to data around economy, around the policies, like everything is either sitting in a minister's office in a paper format or is very hard to access by the common population. If you can't access the data, you can't actually build AI systems that look like us. So we have to understand how we actually bring those three things together. And I like what the UN body's recommendations, because we have to now deconstruct how we've been thinking about building infrastructure. Before, building critical infrastructure meant building a road, building an hospital. Today, it actually means building the compute, putting in place the right guardrails around that compute and around the technology, but also supporting, fostering, and developing the ecosystem. And this can't happen if you don't actually look at how or who within your own region or your own country is actually driving the innovation. If you look at the US, AI innovation is driven by big tech. We've known that for a very long time. If you look at Europe, AI innovation is actually driven, is a policy-driven innovation. GDPR, the EU AI Act. If you look at China, it's actually driven by the government, who is investing into startups to develop and foster the local ecosystem in China. In Africa, it's slightly different. It's actually a grassroots and a bottom-up innovation that is driven by developers, entrepreneurs. It's coming from the ground. So we need our government officials to actually understand and do the groundwork and identify those ecosystem actors that have been doing this for a very long time, have a very deep understanding of the technology, and enable them to actually support them in their capacity building journey and really their educational journey around the technology.
Thank you very much. If I could dig a little bit more about what you just mentioned, in the African context, what is needed to empower the youth, the entrepreneur, the tech ecosystem, the entrepreneurs, the private sector, so the SMEs, corporates, and institutions, maybe the university, to actively participate in this nascent AI economy?
So it has to be an ecosystem approach. It's not going to come from one side of the coin. It's not going to come from just one specific segment within this entire ecosystem. Private sector can't do it alone. The youth certainly can't do it alone. Government can't do it alone. It has to be the systemic approach within a country or within a region that will actually help foster that. The reason why, again, is because if you look at the face of AI in Africa today, it's young people. They are the ones who are driving that innovation, but they're not the ones that usually governments look to actually ask for recommendation. So that has to flip. And if we manage to flip it, and we manage to also bring the necessary compute capacity, solve for that data scarcity, enable the use, this is where really we will be able to unlock those $1.2 trillion. It won't happen without that ecosystem approach. And I think even when you look at some of the solutions, I think you mentioned like turbocharging the SDGs, like we tend to forget that AI is actually just a tool. It's a means to an end. Just like technology has impacted every single segment in our lives, AI is actually coming on top of that to accelerate a lot of the technology that has already been built and provides us an opportunity to actually leapfrog to a world that is first, very digital, and secondly, much more efficient. So how do we embrace that? It's by building this ecosystem in our countries. And if you think about, I want to also add around policy. I think the EU was published the first AI Act. And when you think about all governments trying to do the same thing, we have to make sure that we are not copy-pasting policy from one region to the other, right? Because if you look at an AI model, if you train an AI model on French language, it's not going to work on English language. So it's the same for policies around AI. You really have to understand and go deep into your country and your region and your local ecosystem. I think the EU started that work and published a report a couple of months ago, but we need governments to do much more, but to do much more, they need to be surrounded by the actors within their countries that are driving this innovation.
So on the ground, and it has to be very organic. Okay, yes. Thank you very much. I will ask you. I will ask both of you a third question, a common question to both of you. But first, we have the chance. I don't know. What about the timing? Are we late, or how many times do we have? We can. Okay. We have the chance to have in this room privileged discussants that have expressed their will to participate in the dialogue, and especially Selma Turki. You would like to make to share your views, and maybe, if you like, maybe about what our speakers have said previously.
Yes, hi, thank you.
You can stand up and present yourself.
Yes. Hi, my name is Selma Turki. I'm actually an expert in digital transformation and AI. So I've been doing this for the past 4 years, mainly in GCC, so UAE, Saudi, but I cover this region quite well, and I'm very familiar with it. So I'm very happy to be here. Actually, I've been listening to you, and I think, yeah, you complement each other, by the way, in what you're saying. So basically, the focus on government, yes, and localization with the versus globalization. And, you know, true, the government can be really a catalyst. This is what is happening in GCC, basically. This is what is happening in Saudi. This is what is happening in UAE. UAE has been leapfrogging for the past 5-6 years, and look where they are. I mean, they're really fostering, and they're really ahead in the region, and I think even across the globe, they're really ahead of everybody. Why? Because they really enabled, from a digital transformation point of view, they are so far ahead, basically, that they enabled and fostered really the booming and the blooming of startups. Everybody wants to go there, basically, and have their own company. Why? Because there are so many capabilities. Saudi is catching up, obviously, but the government is there. The government is really the catalyst. You cannot do it without them. It's really important, and I've been working with a lot of government institutions across the industries and sectors, and I can tell you there's a lot of momentum, basically. And then, yes, the data, obviously. There's a problem with the data. I mean, in the kingdom, for example, in Saudi, they have the same issue. Scarcity, why? Because they're starting their digital transformation journey from paper, blah, blah, blah. You'll be surprised. So data availability is important. Absolutely right and on the spot. But then, as you mentioned, talent is there. And these guys and the girls, they are really fostering and they are leapfrogging. They are hungry, basically, for more. And more can only be enabled through government institutions. I mean, the infrastructure, the GPU. It doesn't have to be through the network. As I was discussing this with Danielle earlier. You don't have to be connected on the internet. You just have to have the right capacity. And then, yeah, talent is just amazing. We have a lot of capabilities in Africa, and I've wrote a couple of articles on that. I mean, a few years back, basically. They're hungry for knowledge, for more, and they don't necessarily want to leave the country, by the way. No, I mean, they don't. The idea is once they're happy where they are, if they are availed with the right means and support from the government, they will just stay and thrive and make their country thrive even more, which is happening, by the way, in GCC and UAE. These guys, they don't want to leave their countries, not because they have money, but because they're happy, and the government is really helping them and supporting them with the right laws and mechanisms. And yes, having the EU Act and all, that's all EU. It's not African. And even in Africa, you have the North, the South. You need to really reconcile 100 plus countries, 140. How many countries? 54, sorry, 140, okay. 54 countries, basically, which is almost double the EU, right? So you have to really, Africa, they really need to sit down. I think AU is really a good means and a good structure to do that, and they have the capabilities and the skill sets to do that. So I'm very happy, actually, for them. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Selma. Unless you want to maybe react, I will give the floor to our friend Daniel Scher, who is the ambassador at large for Africa for the Republic of Estonia. And is a very good friend of expert of African tech ecosystem. So, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Samir, and sorry for my back to the crowd on this side, but thank you for inviting me. We've had a very good discussion already, I think, and I think it's a really important topic. And I mean, it's really very clearly here already in the title. It's a digital transformation and the artificial intelligence together, because we know that in Africa there's a very large part of the population that doesn't even have an identity, is not registered, doesn't have a digital identity, is not banked. So that's part of the challenge with the data collection. And of course, in Estonia we have an interoperability system, which allows us to share our information freely. So we don't have a big one lake or one spot that we try to collect information. It comes immediately on the time. And I think that's really the direction that Africa is also looking at, is looking at how to make sure that you're not making it heavier systems, you're not trying to keep all the information into one space, but making the information move. And I think the key here is the cross-border. And the cross-border thing is where, for example, in Europe, we're also having challenges, is that we've already all got our own systems, and often the information as data is already electronic, but how do we share it across borders? And I think, again, this is where Africa can show us here in Europe how it's done. And of course, I mean, the AI Act in the EU is really a question of risk analysis and to avoid risks in AI. In Estonia, we had our AI strategy already in 2018. So I mean, we were already looking at this idea, but it's also how to make, we have to avoid that we don't close the opportunities for innovation in AI by making it too strict. So all the legislation has to go in parallel and also continuously update itself to give these opportunities to use a source like this. My worry a little bit in Africa is that when you go around, you often see that the talk about AI is going to solve all of the challenges of the continent, and that's definitely it's not going to do it. So I think that I think we need to also focus on, as we were speaking to Selma before, there's a lot of cable being pulled, but I hear very little talk about what we're going to do with the internet. What's going to happen with that? And I think the same way with AI, yes, the companies, the big ones, who have access to it are going to be using it like the rest of the world is. But how do we also help, the normal Estonian, the normal average African? How would they benefit from the AI? And that's also a question for you and the panelists. What are your thoughts? How will the average African benefit from AI in the near future? Thank you.
Okay, if you would like to answer, and after I will give the floor to Dolapo, and then we will have time for 2 more questions. But if you want to.
I think you mentioned something that's very important. As much as we're talking about AI today, you still have 2.6 billion people that are unconnected in the world. So if they're unconnected, that means there's no data on them, right? So I think when we go back to talking about how AI is going to solve every problems that we have, which is actually not true, we always need to start with what is the problem we're trying to solve and how are we going to get there? We still have issues around energy, access to energy today. We still have issues around connectivity. So we're talking about compute and accelerated compute and high performance compute, but there's still steps for us to actually get to that compute and be able to power it. When we think about leapfrogging, I see it more as there's a lot of green energy in Africa. If you look at Kenyan's grid is actually 90% clean. So how can we learn from this and actually turbocharge what the world is, what we want the world to look like, or what we want Africa to look like over the next couple of years? When it comes to how it's actually going to impact our people, I do think it's up to us. Because if you think about AI today, it's already impacted most of the segment without even us realizing it. So for technology to really be useful, it has to be invisible. It has to make my life so easy that I don't even realize that there is a complex AI system that's powering it, which is already happening with your phone. The day we actually get to a point where AI is going to help everyone in the world is the day where AI will be truly invisible and everyone will have access to the information that they need in the format that they need in a timely manner. Because ultimately, it's the rail for data, and data is information.
Yes, thanks. I would like to answer some of your question. First, I think that when we talk about the impact of AI for the population, she talks about the positive impact, but it could be a negative impact too. If you see AI, the future of AI, it's more a combination of other technologies with AI. You're talking about not the fourth industrial revolution, but the fifth industrial revolution, where when we have combination between AI and nanotechnology, AI and genetics, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that what we can do is to think about the impact in Africa if we don't have the regulatory framework to prevent testing in Africa before going elsewhere. So I think that it's a huge issue that we should think about. And when we talk about the gap existing for internet, for infrastructure, for energy, for everything else, I think that it is real. But it should not prevent us to go to AI, because we have the same for health. But we're creating hospitals and so on, but we don't have energy everywhere. But we are doing it. So AI, we have to do it. We have to do AI as it is right now, and with the constraints we have, and we are doing both. We are doing AI, but we are doing our best to bridge the gap on infrastructure and so on, and on energy and so on.
Thank you very much. We have the chance to have in the room Dolapo Adeyemi. Who is Dolapo and where? Okay. Nice to meet you. So you want to have the focus on the socio-economic impact of AI.
You all hear me? Oh, there you go. Hi, everyone. My name is Dolapo Adeyemi, and I am the Senior Vice President for Debates for Mo Ibrahim Foundation, Now Generation Network. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this interesting discussion. So in the spirit of exploring Africa and Europe's collaborating in building sustainable digital infrastructures, there are three main things I would like to emphasize. And I think these three things are critical to this vision. I think they are skills development, responsible governance, and sustained project success. And some of these things, the panel has already touched upon, so I'm not going to flog them too much. So let's consider, when we consider digital infrastructure and emerging technologies like AI, I think a skilled workforce, a skilled labor force is not just a supporting factor, it is foundational. And we all have spoken about that huge opportunity, $16 trillion, that the global economy stands to gain from AI by 2030. And, both Africa and Europe want a chunk of that amount. So when Dr. Donald this morning asked the question, how does Africa help Europe deal with demographic challenges and vice versa? The first thing that came to mind was that Africa's growing youth population, paired with Europe's established expertise in digital and technical education, and of course, an aging population, gives both our continents a unique advantage, I would say. But of course, realizing that potential means, investing in those digital and project execution skills today, not tomorrow, not during the next dispensation, but today. And, Kate has, rightly said that most of the AI skills that we have within the continent sits within, the youth population. But then in comparison to the larger population of the youth in Africa, it's still a very small number. We can still do more, And this is important because digital infrastructure does not operate in isolation. It impacts almost every industry. And like she said, again, the point where we want to get to is the point where AI, where technology becomes invisible such that it's impacting healthcare, energy, agriculture in a way that we're not seeing it, but it is, making a difference. So Rwanda is at the forefront of this. I've heard the Honorable Minister Ingabire speak once, just a couple of months ago at the ONGA event in New York. And, she spoke about how Rwanda was the first country to use drones to, deliver critical medical supplies to remote areas, and how their health information system is really making a difference within Rwanda. But what I still want to emphasize is the fact that that success is not just about technology. It's about, first of all, the bravery of the government to take that risk, because they failed. They failed a lot. And she described some of those failures to us. And it's also about training the people who implemented, maintained, and used those systems. So what am I trying to say? No matter how sophisticated our digital tools are, they require skilled people to make them work and to adapt them as our needs evolve. So how can we bite into that 16 trillion pie? 4 things come to mind. Do we need a cross-continental skills exchange program to bridge the gap between Europe's experience and knowledge and Africa's buoyant youth that are hungry for that knowledge, and are really desperate to participate in the digital ecosystem? Again, when are we going to start thinking about digital infrastructure as a public good and, as a foundation for public welfare? Also, how do we set up, sort of digital commons or, AI and data sharing that would allow both our continents to develop and adapt AI tools that address our unique challenges without duplicating efforts? Like someone said earlier this morning as well, America understands competition. So how do we stay competitive on that global stage? And we can do it together. It also means, coming up with culturally relevant AI tools that speak to the needs of our communities. And, speaking of relevance, how do we ensure that Africa's data is included in AI models? Because if you all take out your phones right now and you ask ChatGPT to generate an image of a cute baby or a scientist, it's not going to show you a black person. It's not going to show you an African. So how do we make sure that we are contributing to those to the data that goes into those models? And speaking of data, how do we model data ownership for digital sovereignty? And I'm talking about a model where individuals or communities own their data and organizations rent access through secure, transparent agreements. Thank you so much for the opportunity again to join this discourse. It's been a very interesting one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dolapo. Unless you want to react, we can take up to 2 questions. Just one? One question? No, I don't know. One question? Okay, we can take one question. I don't know. Okay, who choose?
Thank you. Isabelle Durand, I'm former deputy of UNCTAD and working for the Human Rights Council. Last week in Geneva, we have had an interesting discussion on artificial intelligence generative related to cultural rights. And what you just said about the content of the generative artificial intelligence is, of course, never a content which is an African or also global South one. And it's true that when you look at cultural rights, which is important, how do we can avoid that all the content, all the musician, all artists of African origin could be completely neglected in the generative artificial intelligence in absence of regulatory framework today. So I think that it's very dangerous for Africa to lose all the content, artistical content, through the fact that only the artificial intelligence on artist issue is generated by another part of the world. And the risk is, of course, the homogenization of all cultural aspects, which is, of course, not what we wish, all of us. So thank you for your reaction to that.
Thank you very much. Okay, just you and last one.
Thank you, and also for a very rich and informed discussion. I'm really impressed by what I've heard. We in the UN, I represent the UN here in Brussels towards the EU. We are constantly monitoring this and have written numerous reports about the digital divide, which we see is growing, and it's growing exponentially. So acting on investing is absolutely urgent, and I would like to hear the panelists a bit about what is the conversation between you, or the African continent, and Europe at the moment on this investment. We, of course, have the Global Gateway investments, which is primarily focused on infrastructure. You very rightly said it is the ecosystems we need to look at. And here the UN is trying to support an increasing number of governments. I think we are over 80 governments now have asked the UN through UNDP, UNESCO and ITU to help, first of all, assess what is the mapping of digital development in any given country or AI, and then understand what are the precise needs for this country for investments. And I would like you also to maybe comment on how do you see the Global Digital Compact that it was just agreed upon as part of the Pact of the Future. How do you see that helping you getting an acceleration in a more individual or centric approach, avoiding that, as you mentioned, either the private sector is setting the stage or governments in more centralized manner, that we have an approach that is respecting human rights and the rights of the individual. So it would be great to hear a little bit about how you see these agreements helping that development and your conversation about the needs with the EU. Thank you.
Okay, you can answer, and it will be your last intervention.
Thank you.
We are running late.
Thank you. Thank you. First, for Gen AI, effectively, we had a conversation, it was on September, around UNGA with Meta. I was part of a roundtable with Meta, and this topic came. And what is the answer of Meta? They are working right now for Llama platform to have the opportunity to have decentralized capacities, so they could build Gen AI with data given by African communities, but stored in African continent and owned by those African communities. So this could be a way to help African community be part of the global innovation to bring their own data, but to have the ownership of the data too, because it's a little bit tricky. If you want your data to be in the Gen AI, so you have to give the data. So it's difficult to deal with. And for instrument, we are doing in my lab. We have a project on having the African instrument. We will be the sonority will be recorded, and we will use AI to help share the African sonorities all around the world. So it's in progress work we are doing with Sony AI and Meta to help do this project.
Thank you.
About the other, I can't.
Unfortunately, just if you could, in 1 minute max, because we have to.
Yes, the GDC. The GDC aspect. I think that the collaboration between Europe and Africa is going on about AI and about comment dire,
en français,
digital, yes. And I think that from now to December, there is, I don't know, 5 or 10 meetings around Europe and Africa about this topic. So it's going on. But I think that GDC, we missed something in Africa, because there were not a lot of meeting around GDC in the process. So we have it. I think that most of African countries know about GDC at UNGA and not before. So it's more something we came up from the north to the south, but not a real thing built in collaboration. So it will be very difficult, but I think that it's an opportunity, yes, to
Thank you.
do so.
You just in 1 minute max, if you want.
Just 1 minute. I think the one thing I wanted to touch on about the creativity and the culture, only 15% of our global culture today is digitized. So that's also explaining why this gap is happening. So it's actually a problem with the data. The data is not digitized. It doesn't exist on the internet. If I look on ChatGPT, what's the national dish of Central African Republic, it's going to answer me poulet nyembwe. Zimbabwe, which is actually Gabon's. So, so we need to do more work to actually put all our cultural data in those platforms. But I do think you had a great point about open source. One of the traps we shouldn't fall into, because we consider data being a new natural resource, it's like oil and such. We need to make sure that we're not giving away our data and the value is not extracted outside of the continent and fed back to us via ChatGPT. So we need to be extremely careful on how we actually building those data sets, who we're giving those data sets to, how they're transformed, and how they're being redistributed to the population.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give a very round of applause to our speakers. It was really interesting. Of course, the conversation will continue after with the networking, and I give the floor back to Holly for the next session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can stay for a quick picture. And thank you very much for this conversation. I think it's been fascinating. And one thing, since we discussed a lot the question of financing, is to understand further, indeed, that global AF fund, how that would look like in the future. So without further ado, I think for today, we talked about funding, etc. But what we heard most is really about this call for greater partnership, greater collaboration. So I'd like to give the floor to Dimendra Kanani, who honestly doesn't need any introduction anymore here in Brussels, as the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Spokesperson of Friends of Europe. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very kind of you. We're running very, very late. Those of you who do need to need to pop to the loo or something, please do so very quickly whilst I bring the speakers up. We are 15 minutes over time, but I'm going to make sure we still take an hour of your time, if I may, because our speakers have duly made time to be here with you, and it wouldn't be fair not to give them the time for this debate that we're having, which is the end, if you like, the concluding. I know there's no time for like that, for you to kind of have a quick break, I'm afraid. So, as I'm saying, this is our concluding session of this joint Africa-Europe Foundation and Friends of Europe discussion. And what we want to do now is talk about money, but talk about money in a different way. In that, how do we... Sorry, I'm going to wait for you to still... Shh. Hush. Thank you. Sorry. We're going to talk about money, but money in a different way, in the sense that how do we move from an aid mindset to an investment mindset? International Development Corporation was born and hatched at a time where the world was very different. You all know that. Those of you who've been steeped in it, either as those who are receiving money or those who are involved in giving money, you know that it was born at a time when the world was very, very different. We didn't have what we have now in the early part of the 21st century. We have a much more developed, intellectually, socially progressed set of countries and continents around the world which have voice, have visibility, and have strength. And we need to acknowledge that in terms of how we behave. And one of the things that Friends of Europe is shared with Africa-Europe Foundation is that it's about time that we shifted the paradigm around aid into one of mutuality, reciprocity, and interdependence. That's the world we live in now. But how does the movement and the policy of development cooperation, development aid, catch up? How do we make sure it happens? Because it's sorely needed. And if we go by what happened recently at the future of multilateralism in New York, it was very clear from people in Africa, Asia, elsewhere, they're pretty miffed with what's happening in terms of the power structures, the dialogue, the way things are structured, the kind of voice that's being created. And all we have to, people feel patronized, done to, and included in the margins. And we need to change that. And I think that given what's happened this morning, we won't dwell on that. It's like, it's already this dark cover of gloom that's enveloped us. We're trying to be positive if we can and see if, what Europe's going to have to do to be more pragmatic, more in tune with what it's capable of doing, and be grown up about its confidence and its self-determination, rather than relying on partners that are not going to be so reliable in the future. So on that note, can I invite our speakers, please, to take your seats? Please, please, please. Not only have we got reduced time, but we've got a panel which is quite excessive. And what I mean by that is we never have this many people on a panel. But, you know, it was necessity because we wanted to make sure that we had perspectives from both sides of this equation of aid and investment, but also to get the perspectives of someone who's actually from the Commission who's involved in, I'm sure, advising what Ursula von der Leyen is going to be doing next on development cooperation. That's Luc Bagot. And, you know, we want to get perspectives from across the piece here, from people who have been involved in both funding, financing, and are also advocates, and those who are being able to talk truth to power in different ways. But I'm going to start with, we've got 2 development agencies, which I want to begin with. And if I can say this, with all due respect, enlightened development agencies, which I'm not saying the others aren't. I'm not saying that, but they get this. And so this agenda. So I'm going to start with Reinhold. Reinhold, can you say a little bit about the importance of moving from an aid to an investment approach? What's your perspective on that?
Thank you very much, Dharmendra, for the question. First of all, I want to thank the Africa Euro Foundation for hosting this event, for inviting me. We've, as GIZ, worked closely with the foundation over the past couple of years. It's the first time that I get to participate in one of your flagship events. I have to say I'm truly impressed, and thank you very much, and congratulations for putting this together. Now, I don't know if you all know GIZ. GIZ is the German International Cooperation Agency. We're an implementing agency. So we're not in charge of policy, we're not in charge of money. So in that sense, maybe a couple of the themes that you want to put on this panel are not really for me to speak about. And maybe therefore also a short reflection in the very beginning as to what is it about this aid mindset and an investment mindset. Because I have to say, as a representative of GIZ in that German ecosystem, I very much struggle with that notion of aid mindset. I've been working for GIZ for a long time, 17 years, I believe, feels a bit longer sometimes. A long, long time. I've never felt like I was in a, let's say, aid relationship or donor-recipient relationship or one-sided relationship. Quite the contrary, what got me into the job was an interest to work together with other countries, other peoples on problems that I thought were unacceptable for the human predicament. And the way we implement in GIZ and also as Germany, our international cooperation is very much centered around the notion of partner orientation and collaboration. And in fact, everything we do is based on, most of what we do, on behalf of the German government, various ministries, the main ministry being the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, is based on bilateral agreements where, you know, the priorities of cooperation, the mutual interests of cooperation are politically agreed. And we come in then with the implementation of projects serving those needs. We are having political champions, owners of collaboration projects that we implement, who are entitled to receive the services of these projects and steer us politically. We cannot, by default, work against the interests of our partners because our core business is capacity development. Have you ever tried to build the capacity of somebody who doesn't want to have their capacity built up? It's probably impossible. So for me personally, and coming from that side of the ecosystem, I do know the international cooperation landscape is bigger. We've talked about that a lot over the past years. But I mention that because I would like to invite us all to differentiate a little bit when we have this debate and see, okay, what areas of the international cooperation landscape do we struggle with? Where do we want to make changes and what do we like? Why is that important? It is important in my mind because international cooperation is under threat. We have seen it in the European elections, both on the national level as well as the elections for the European Parliament. We have concerns about economic well-being and competitiveness and such topics in Europe. All of these things are not conducive for more investment in international cooperation. I believe we do need more investment in international cooperation. But if we speak to the notion that international cooperation maybe itself is a problem or is not living up to the standards or has to change majorly, maybe we're doing a disservice to international cooperation. So maybe let's differentiate a little bit in the debate, and then we can also find solutions to the problems that we see and that are clearly there. I come to the issue of investment, and it's connected to the issue of what status does the field of international cooperation have, because that means how much money, public money, will be invested in international cooperation. We see that is under threat. The budget are going down. So we need to find new partnerships, new alliances in order to work on the issues that we see that are binding us together. The SDGs, as you know, are development goals not for developing countries, whatever that is. I struggle with the term, but for all of us, because we're all developing towards something, and we also have to organize our international economic system in a way that fosters a global development towards achieving the SDGs. Our, I believe now, go-to solution for finding the means to be more effective in international cooperation is seeking partnerships with the private sector. There we come towards an investment mindset as well. We believe that public money alone will not be enough. We need also private engagement in international cooperation, maybe also in places we have not seen it before. So that there we have to move indeed towards an investment mindset, and we have to work with our partners to build the ecosystems that are more attractive to private investment than maybe they have been before. Part of that, and I know that you will also, Jean will talk about that, but part of that is also, if you want to build new alliances, we have to maybe change our language a little bit.
Okay.
And maybe Jean has something to add to this.
He will do.
As well.
Thank you very much, Rana. See, I mean, let's. I'm glad you're saying what you're saying. You're obviously enlightened in the sense that you don't make a distinction in terms of looking at aid as nothing other than an investment and not seeing it that. But I think it'd be interesting to see how people react to that, because it's not simply, it's in the eye of the beholder often. It's in the eye of the beholder. And whilst your mindset is clear, how people receive it might be different. And I think we need to allow space for that conversation. So thank you for that. But, I want to move on to Jean. We had I'm not sure if any of you watched this interview, an interview with Jean Van Vetter and the chairman of GIZ. Now, GIZ is obviously one of the largest development agencies in the world. It's there. But Germany, like many other countries, have felt the pinch of debt. And, basically, everyone's turning inwards. And we've seen the highest level of cuts to development aid across Europe in a generation. Colleagues, that's just facts. You look at what's happened in the Netherlands, which has been a huge supporter of development aid, cutting and slashing by hundreds of millions. We've seen that in the UK, we're seeing that in France, Germany, and elsewhere. Italy, in fact. Everyone's moving into spending on defence and economic livelihoods. And actually, development aid is seen as the easiest cut. As we know historically, those of you who are old as me will know that when there is a budget cut, development funding and voluntary sector are the easiest targets for cutting. So on that note, I want to move to Jean Van Vetter, who we had the conversation about the fact that people outside this room don't understand development aid and development cooperation. They don't give a jot, really. And why? Why would they? If you're struggling between fuel and food, etc., and we know there's hundreds of millions going to Africa or parts of Asia, you think, why? So is there a need to change the narrative about development cooperation and to call it something else, or to explain it better so ordinary Jane and Jamila understand on the street that actually it's important to them as much as it is to anybody else?
Thank you, Dan and Ryan. Thank you very much for organizing this and to see so many people in the room. Renaud said we need to change the language, and you say we need to change the narrative, so I will speak in French. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, but I think we need to get out of our bubble. I think the development cooperation sector over the years became an industry, which is called, and became a kind of a sector. And I always say that development cooperation is not a sector. We are a vector to change something. And so we need to communicate differently. We need to get out of our bubble, meet and speak the language of other stakeholders, including the private sector, and Mukhtar will certainly speak about that. Yesterday, I was invited to the Belgian Parliament, to the Foreign Affairs Commission. As you know, in Belgium, we are also discussing about budget cuts, but the good news is that there is still no government, so we still have a chance to save sauver les meubles, as we say in French. And so we are trying to do that, and it's a good exercise for us, because we need to engage, convince policymakers and find the right arguments. And yesterday, I have to say, I was very pleased because we had 7 different political parties in front of us, including some who have been very critical on development cooperation. And I could perceive yesterday a change of language from them and much more interest. And why? And I will give you an anecdote. The president of the Liberal Party, people of Belgium know him very well, Georges-Louis Boucher, in a tweet a few weeks ago said, what is the use of development cooperation? It doesn't serve anybody. Can you name one country that received development aid that said, thank you, I have it, and I'm now developed? And he felt that nobody could come with an answer. But then on the tweet feed, many people who know came with an example which is very well known. It's South Korea. South Korea was one of the largest recipients of ODA 50 years ago. You know what now? The budget of development cooperation of South Korea is 4 times the budget of development cooperation of Belgium. So it's a large player, and his book is going to be one of the major players in development cooperation in Africa in the coming years. So a country that received ODA 50 years ago is now a successful example of an ODA giver. And I can give you another example right here in the room. Belgium. Belgium was also, after the World War I and World War II, a recipient of development cooperation. And that's what we need to do. Say development cooperation is not about Africa, it's not about Asia, it's not about South America, it's not about the global South. It's about us, and it's about a solidarity between countries to solve our common issues. And when you speak about that, say this is our common issues, it's not about helping charity, but it's basically solving our common issues together, then the issue of budget becomes less an issue. Because, and there, in the mindset of politicians, the idea that it is indeed an investment become much more obvious. And this is what I felt yesterday in the Belgian parliament. And it gives me hope that we can succeed in that. And for that, we need alliance. And I'm very happy to be with colleagues that I know personally. For most of them, we need to stop also walking alone. And I want to congratulate the EU for that, because they launched this Team Europe initiative, say stop Europe, Belgium, Germany, France, walking independently and thinking that you can resolve everything alone. No, get together in alliance. And GIZ and AFD and us, we work a lot together. Gates as well. Recently we signed a MOU. And I think that's also part of the solution, is synergies, economies of scales. And then you get to speak about the language and the narrative much more stronger, because you come with a common voice. We are not competing. We are really like advocating for something global. And I invite other partners in the room, because here we are European, in a way, partners. An American one, sorry. But we need more African, Asian, South American partners that come in this coalition to fight for what we believe is an investment for the future. And I will stop it because I know you will stop me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Because I want to move to the third. I mean, because I want to take the full sweep of development agencies' experiences. So, you know, AFD, obviously, Agence Française, okay, you've sustained the shock of much of the cuts that have been proposed. There might be more, obviously, depending on the politics and the shift to the right that we're seeing in France. When we have, I mean, you're leading the work at the AFD on partnerships and communication. When a dominant narrative of economic security and the disposability of development aid, because it's neither here or there for most people, especially politicians, how do you try and ensure reciprocity, mutuality, and independence at the core of partnerships? How do you do that? And are you doing that?
Thank you so much. And then I would thank Friends of Europe and all the organizers for inviting AFD to this gathering, and very pleased to have good friends on the panel with me. And as you said, I'm leading the mobilization and partnership works at the foundation. I wanted to say, I used to work with Anya, the Gates Foundation, 10 years ago, and we're doing partnerships together today, and I'm going to come back to that later on. But I want to say 2 points. The first one is, we at the AFD has moved from an aid narrative to an investment narrative, which is sustainable investment. Whatever we do on the ground in Africa, in Asia, in the fields of operation we work, we make sure that the resources we put on the table makes impact and have the results that is expected both from us and both from the recipient countries. When I say recipient countries, it can be, most of it are delivered as loans, that is concessional, and sometimes you have some grant components on it. And what is interesting is we're also shifting, I know Luke will come back to that, the new narrative from development cooperation to global gateway, which is a window of opportunity of trying to make impact and co-investing in the futures of the people we work with in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America. Coming back to your question and then giving a clear example is work we've done or we're doing currently with the Bill & Melinda Gates Foundation, working together on health issues in Pakistan and in other spheres, in gender, access to vaccines, and to come agriculture, other sectors. Anya will come back later on that. With a grant resource from the Gates Foundation of $20, $30, $40 million, we'll be able to do 100, 200 million dollars or euros investment in Pakistan, in sub-Saharan Africa. And doing that, you have to have a narrative for convincing people already internally within the bank, the institution, the agency, the people that vote for that budget. Jan talked about the budget constraint. We have a government in France. We're undergoing a budget cut as well of more than 30%. That it will impact the resources we're going to spend. But we have to be creative, working with the private sector. Mukhtar will come back to that. Having those resources in terms of guarantees, in terms of leverage with foundation to be able to have more impact and continue investing in not only infrastructure, but social sectors, education, healthcare to meet the needs of the people we're serving. Come from a developing country, Senegal, what Jan was talking about is very clear to me. It's easier to have a cooperation with different entities together in a common framework like the JEFIC or Team Europe initiative, rather than dealing with Germany here, France here, Gates, Italy, etc., etc. So it will reinforce the donors, the recipient countries' framework, the tools, the way they receive the resources, the way they disperse it, and the way they report back in terms of accountability and deliverability. So what is important is for us to increasingly work together as joint partners, not only at EU level, but together with the private sector, the foundation, to be able to meet the needs of the donor, the recipient countries in the countries who operate. And I will finish by the example Jan mentioned about South Korea. I think one way of thinking about the way it works as well, how those investments went to South Korea or other countries, for US money to Israel, etc. The way it is dispersed to sub-Saharan Africa and some developing countries today is totally different. It's disparate, and sometimes it's come into smaller amounts. So if it came into a big chunk, like I think US is doing some good stuff, actually. I'm doing some publicity for US, like MCC. When they come, they work together on a bunch of compact in energy, transport, key sector, putting in $500 billion investment in I would say aid, but it's investment as well, because it brings in private sector. It has much more impact than putting 30 million here, 10 million here, 50 million euro. Exactly. And then after, you have to do a lot of communication about that to see the impact. So we should think about that. I think Global Gateway is a little bit part of that. Luke will come back to that.
Indeed. I think that's why the South Korea model, it's great. It's a great example, and I understand why you raised it, Jean, about the narrative of it's not about North and South, it's not about, it's a very different thing. But it feels distant. It feels much more coherent because it's a place. And as you say, a lot of dosh went in at one time. And USA do the good thing. Exactly. They've been, they have the power and the punch and are very coordinated. Exactly. And so they're able to do that. But when you've got this myriad grouping, it's very different. I wonder how people, and if there's, I will come to you, I promise you, how do you feel about this? So you may not be in Africa or Indonesia or Latin America, but I wonder how the countries are experiencing what you're describing. Because it sounds like you guys are getting your act together. right? Which is great.
Yeah.
But how does it feel at the other end is what I think we need to think about also, which is not to be critical of you at all, but I just think we need to, it has to be symbiotic, this thing. Otherwise we just go backwards. Luke, if I can turn to you. Obviously, you're not going to tell us all the little secrets on the back of a, note you've made for your colleagues further up the chain. But I mean by that, Ursula von der Leyen's cabinet and others. Where is this narrative going on development cooperation, do you think? People are genuinely concerned. We've got the new commissioner designate right now being grilled, if you like, for his job. And, he has made some comments which would suggest a me-first approach, if I can describe it gently in that way. Is that the direction of travel? Explain to us what you see as the, let's say, the kind of narrative you think is going to emerge on this agenda in the next mandate, in this mandate coming.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dharmendra, for the invite first, and it's a pleasure to be here with the members of this panel, distinguished member, I must say, and this is a very timely event ahead of the, I think, 7th African Union, European Union Summit in February next year. And we have just released a report, a joint progress report on the implementation of the Global Gateway Africa-Europe investment package. It is publicly available, and it has been presented by our Commissioner Pelainen in Addis Ababa last October. So I understand that you would like, that you want me to disclose some secrets. And but before looking forward, let me looking backward, not so far away in time, even if I've spent 30 years in this business. I will go back to 5 years ago, when at the beginning of this mandate, of the mandate of this current commission, in 2019, the commission set out to shift from a donor-recipient model, sorry, we were maybe less advanced than Germany, towards, let's say, equal partnership. And we have changed the name, for instance, of our DG, Directorate General, from development cooperation to international partnership. But beyond this formal change, I think that there was the recognition that our partner countries want more than aid, and that the challenges we face are shared, and that we have common interest at stake. And this shift is, in fact, the cornerstone of the Global Gateway strategy that has been already mentioned. And this is a strategy for investment. We want to mobilize 300 billion before 27. And from there, we have revamped our cooperation model in line with the new global realities, including the COVID, the war, the geopolitical competition, the democratic backsliding, climate change crisis. So a world of polycrisis, let's say. And but the overarching objective has not changed and will not change in the future. I mean that we will continue to apply the objective of the EU treaties. This is to foster the sustainable economic, social, and environmental development of developing countries with the primary aim of eradicating poverty. And the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals remain our compass, clearly. What we can say for the future now? We are now, of course, moving to a new political cycle with the college, expected to take office on the 1st of December. If everything goes well in the parliament. So we need to look at the future. First, the political guidelines of the president of the commission and the mission letter of the commissioner designate for international partnerships are very clear. So we need to take Global Gateway from startup to scale up. And for this, we need to be more strategic. And for me, I see three avenues for that. But I hope that my boss will confirm that, my new boss will confirm that in the coming weeks. So first, to increase private finance mobilization in a context of scarce official development aid. First avenue. Difficult, and we have to find the right tools for that. Second, to build member state teams to pool as much as possible the strengths and resources at member state level to develop projects that can be scale up at European level. And third, to develop a 360 approach. So this is a jargon maybe, but a 360 approach for supporting investment as hard investment in infrastructure, in growth, and human development must go hand in hand to have sustainable results and impact. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions about what you said. Let's hope that your commissioner that's obviously being grilled at the moment, and I hope appropriately so, will come up with the right answers and the right approach, and that what you set out is followed in the weeks and months to come. But given what's happened in the past 48 hours, we don't know what the world's going to do in the next couple of months. Annie, I want to come to you. You set up kind of apart slightly from this development agency and the government. Gates Foundation, you've been well known over the years to focus on health, education, agriculture, etc. You've kind of done both big stuff and small stuff, and you're well known. From your experience, Anya, how do you balance? Because it's important to balance the big infrastructure stuff with locality. Locality matters. So human capital development is as essential as the infrastructure stuff, but mostly funders get that wrong sometimes, and they don't work with the grain of locality sometimes, and you get an infrastructure project that has no meaning to a local community. How do you balance the two?
Thank you for the questions. Thank you for being here. So I think to an extent the framing is also not new. That I think when we have more a center-right shift in governments, very often I think development ministries rename themselves, and you find trade and different terms into what was different before. So I do think that these are challenging times, and we are certainly concerned about 9 billion cuts across the European donors, and that's especially for Africa, 25%, which used to be 40% of development aid. So we are certainly concerned by those numbers. And to your point, I do think it is important to recall that investments in human capital are just as important as investments in infrastructure. And when donors have to prioritize, which they of course do have, because I think it is needless to say that the challenges at the moment are very numerous, and they are not becoming less by the hour. But then it would be good if donors could be very strategic about thinking about high impact instruments that will continue to need to be funded by grant type funding. And those are typically health, education, nutrition, gender, all of the things that you mentioned. And if we look at high impact, things like Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccination and Immunization, has immunized 1.1 billion children in 78 low-income countries. I mean, nutrition is one of those where we look at malnutrition and stunting causes 3 trillion of productivity loss annually, which are high impact instruments. I mean, if we look at investments in family planning and MNCH, this is $1 invested, you get back almost $9 in terms of return to families and economies. So I think, yes, it is human capital investments, but those are investments that are both enhanced and are also really important to accompany the infrastructure, sort of hard investments. One other thing I want to just state, I think we are not clear enough about distinguishing the funding streams. Not all investment needs are made equal. Some will continue to need grant funding, or eventually being potentially absorbed by domestic budgets. And some can be funded by concessional loans, or even loans that, as Papa was describing, can be leveraged by grant elements. But this needs to be distinguished. A climate mitigation investment in a middle-income country is very different from a health investment in a least income country. And I think sometimes we're jumping too quickly to conclusions and saying all of those needs are the same, instead of distinguishing clearly. If you look at climate needs, vastly, as we heard this morning by Arantxa in the panel, huge needs in climate adaptation. And that is a very different fundable instrument than climate mitigation projects, for which there will be eventually a market. And so I think that needs to be distinguished.
What's the danger of that? Because the way we are at Friends of Europe and others, I hope, you can be a grant funder and have an investment mindset.
Of course.
That's the point I'm making.
And that's what I'm saying about impact instruments.
Right.
I think if you need to prioritize, it doesn't mean that because it's a grant, you're not measuring your impact.
Yeah.
And I think that is absolutely something that, as you know, the foundation is obsessed with data. So certainly, I don't think what I'm saying is that what can be or needs to be grant funded can A, still be measured, and B, has a measurable impact on the rest of the development, on increasing wealth and resilience in the economies. And I think that's important. And if we think about what we actually mean by those mutually beneficial partnerships, then be much clearer about what the actual benefits on both sides are, whether they're trade, energy, green climate investments on the one hand side, investments in human capital on the other side, skills, jobs, economic growth. I think we need to be very good in articulating those on both sides, and then also measure them and track them and monitor them, because then you do actually build those partnerships that we all want.
And Annie, if I may just press upon you one last thing. One thing that's very poor that we do, I mean, having come from a funding background myself as well, but we had the luxury to fund learning and evaluation because we were a lottery. We had lots of money, so we could do that. But I know a lot of independent funders and governments and funders find it difficult to be able to find that extra penny to do that. As an independent funder, have you been able to scoop up stuff and then play it back to other people about what works, what doesn't work, and the kind of learning you've had both for infrastructure, but also people and human capital development?
I mean, yes, the answer is quickly that we measure all the time. Whereas, as I said, we're really obsessed by all the grants we're giving, also in terms of tracking and setting milestones. Are we good enough to share? Probably not. And could it be improved? For sure. Because I think we can always improve that. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think one of the things is that the only way you stop the loop of making the same mistakes or people duplicating efforts is if you kind of pull the learning in different ways. Easier said than done, I do know that.
Especially if you are subject to a political cycle, you may have to not have the luxury to be quite as impact-driven sometimes.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much. Last but not least, Mukhtar. You've been involved in the sustainable development field and working with private sector partners for a very long time. Right, and there's this kind of holy grail of we need the private sector, but people say they need the right conditions, they need stability, they need predictability to invest, etc., and so forth. Tell us from your experience, how do we get more private sector investment and involvement, and what are the best routes in to do that, from your experience?
Fantastic. Thank you very much, first of all, for having me here. So the Brussels Africa hub, so the word Brussels doesn't mean the capital of Belgium, it means actually the European Union. Whenever we talk about Brussels, we mean Europe as a whole, and Africa as a continent, and hub means we are anchored here in Brussels. So I come from the banking industry, that's my background, and actually the founding members of the Brussels Africa hub are all from the banking industry, except one, which is Annie Mutamba. She's somewhere here as well. She's guiding us through the different European institutions. That's her expertise. Now, we are talking about aid here, from moving to aid to our investment. When you talk about aid, actually we are talking about taxpayers' money. And taxpayers' money is something very touchy, because I belong to those people who strongly believe taxpayers' money need to be allocated efficiently. Very fundamental. So that's why, giving the example of the South Korea as an example has already been given, but I think in my own, let's say, understanding, one of the most successful let's say, development aid, if you can call it like that, is the Marshall Plan after the Second World War,
Indeed.
which took place here in Europe. And actually, the Marshall Plan was an investment, a huge investment in the sense of it created a market for the US private sector. Even today, I think a few months ago, the president of ECB, Christine Lagarde, she kind of came up with a figure which is kind of astonishing. So, I mean, many, many years after the Second World War, the benefits of that investment of the Marshall Plan is still visible. Why? We who are active in the banking and the finance industry, we are allocating on a yearly basis at least 400 billion euros to the US market. So we are one of the, I mean, the European market is one of the biggest investors still today, and US stocks and US debt and even a US private equity, etc. So that was a really nice investment. So now when I hear, I mean, that word, development aid, when I hear, I mean, the hearing is now taking place at the European Parliament, just like you mentioned, for me, this need to lead to how can the European taxpayers' money, which I'm one of those people who pay taxes here, and I belong to a specific group as well who pay taxes twice, meaning I pay taxes here in Europe, and every single month we also send X percentage of our already taxed revenue, income back to Africa. So we are paying taxes over there as well. So that's why for us it's really touchy thing when we talk about taxpayers' money, you know, because we are heavily impacted. So that's why we rather prefer to talk about investment. So why? Because investment, we will generate return, and return allow us to reinvest again. So the mechanism that should take place, and our point of view from the Brussels Africa Hub, yes, of course, is to make sure that can we leverage the existing tools that already been put in place. And again, don't misunderstand me, here in Europe, the European Union, they put in place the right frameworks which would allow European private investors and institutional investors to leverage those vehicles to invest in the African continent or other places around the world, which we are already doing so, because for the listed market, we are using what is known UCIT. I know for some of you, it's really, I don't use the word Chinese, but anyway, I like to use it anyway. So it's a Chinese language. And since this year, the beginning of this year, to be more precise, since January 4, a new vehicle has been brought alive by the European Commission. It's called the LTIF 2.0. It's the European Long-Term Investment Fund, which allow actually retail investors and institutional investors to co-invest together in projects in places like Africa. Why? Because Africa, we don't have a stock exchange, so we have a huge potential private market, and those vehicles would allow to access those markets. But on the conditionality, again, that we do have the few taxpayers' money that's currently, if I understand well, because I heard budgets getting left and right, that's still available, are efficiently allocated to help those who are based here in Europe to find their way on the African continent, just like the Marshall Plan did for the American market. And the benefits is definitely still today visible.
This is refreshing. But how, you know, for example, the chap next to you, Luke, how often do you talk to him about this kind of stuff? Because he's got the private sector coming into, you know, the area. We know that the two reports, Letta and Draghi, perhaps they missed the point on development, and also they missed the point on how Africa and Asia have the opportunity to create a wing path for economic growth and development for Europe also. Absolutely, when you think about the opportunities that Africa represents for itself, but also as a neighbor in terms of anything to do with renewable energy, green energy, agriculture, everything you can think of. There's an opportunity for mutuality of investment from the private sector, banking sector, but also partnered with public money.
I mean,
are people getting it?
That's the thing, you know, it's quite interesting, because if you look at today, let's say the critical sectors, when we talk about, let's say, the automotive industry, which is one of the backbone of the European economy, or we look at to the semiconductors business value chain. So all this stuff actually, you cannot, let me put it like this, green transition or Green Deal without the African continent is kind of a pipe dream, if I can put it that in that sentence. So
that's bold. Yeah, great.
I mean, and the investment potential it tells you everything actually. When you are aware of the necessity of transforming the global economy, which everyone hope it will be the case, then investment opportunity is huge. Now the question is how to unlock it. And I think all the tools are here.
Yeah.
You just need to sit around the table and have a grown-up conversation.
Indeed, but there is, there's not, let's think about it. There are so many opportunities for people to get around the table. I mean, you've got the COP thing coming, you've got the union meeting again next year, you've got, I mean, we seem to have like interminable meetings, yet we don't get to the heart of actual action. And there's something about, and it's mostly men, who are thinking that, mañana, and we'll move on and play politics. But we don't have the time. But I want to bring you all in because I know that you've listened to everyone, but I know that Jean Van Vetter and Luc wants to come in quite quickly on what I've perhaps provoked. But whoever wants to go first.
Okay, very sorry.
But hold your mic, yeah.
Yes, very quickly from my side. So I can only but agree with you. But that first, the needs for engagement are stronger than ever. And in a complex and fragmented world where the EU economic autonomy, security, and values are increasingly challenged. And you mentioned green transition. We need green hydrogen for our green transition. We need critical raw materials processed in third country for our green transition. So we can find beneficial partnership. Industrialization in Namibia, Namibia producing green hydrogen to be exported to Europe will be beneficial for both regions, Namibia and the European Union. This is the first point. The second point is that we are not in track to reach the 2030 agenda. We know that from the last report released by the UN that only 70% of the SDGs the 70% of the target even, the target under the SDGs are met or will be met. And the annual gap to reach the SDGs is huge. I think that it's around 4 trillion annually to reach the SDGs in least developed and middle-income countries. So because of the scale of the challenge and the context of scarce official development aid, private finance mobilization is absolutely essential. So we have, and we try to, in fact, to design the tools to mobilize this. And this is the case, for instance, for the European Fund for Sustainable Development, plus that where we have a scheme to guarantee investment from the private sector in certain countries. Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose there's the question about how do you mobilize both them, but also the banking and the venture capitalists all at the same time in the same space. But I haven't got time for an answer to that. Jean, very quickly.
Quickly, I just want to support Mukhtar, but to tell about the difficulty. I know Mukhtar for for 2 years, I think, and I've been trying to help him because he has a brilliant idea, and I think he should be supported. But just to tell you, the number of barriers he's facing is very modest, but I know that it's not easy to meet with the EU, it's not easy to meet with Belgium, it's not easy to meet a politician interested in his idea. So we need to, when I said get out of our bubble, I really mean it. We need to change our system. I look at the Belgian one, which I know very well, and even my system enable. Mukhtar asked me just for a small investment in what he's doing. I'm trying to get that. It's difficult. Why private sector? Why do you use public money to fund the private sector? Why this initiative and not another one? So you have a lot of what I call in Dutch we say yes but not the why not. And that's an issue in our sector. I can say it humbly. I have too much yes but and that's the problem. And Mukhtar, I'm sure you agree, but it's difficult to get your idea out of and you met with former Prime Minister of Belgium, and you try to meet the new government. They say, yes, nice idea, but it doesn't really materialize. And that's why I'm here today, is because I'm pleading that we need to change our system, our mindset, and the instruments that go around those. It's key, and it's the time to do it right now.
Let's hope you and the others, leaders of development agencies, are able to spur that momentum. But thank you very much. Elisa, please, if I can pick on you. You're with the EcoBank Foundation. So you work, I think it's a nice segue from what Mukhtar was saying, but in terms of the private sector, you work with them. What's your reflection on what Mukhtar said? Do you agree? Do you have an alternative? What are your kind of views on it?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Do introduce yourself, sorry.
Yes, sorry. So I'm Elisa Desbordes. I'm the CEO of the EcoBank Foundation. So for the ones of you who might not know about the EcoBank Foundation and specifically about EcoBank is the largest Pan-African bank. So we are present in 39 countries. And so the foundation is the body of the bank to do social impact, and we have a mandate across the African country. I apologize, of EcoBank, so 35 countries. So there's a lot of things I would like to share. I will be brief because I will have to leave soon, unfortunately. But I think just coming back on what was just said. So first of all, from a purely private investment perspective, so like the banking, and I'm going to have this banking hat very shortly, which is not the one that I know the most, but there is indeed from an investment perspective, there's a lot of appetite by the African private sector to have a larger role, but I think there's also a question of framework, as it was rightly said by the panelists, and there's also a question of maybe sometimes as well being able to work better with some of the partners as well. So I know that there's a lot of work that is happening and a lot of discussions, but I think there's also this need as well, maybe on being more, have this seat on the table, because we do speak a lot about private sector, but I don't think we have that much the opportunity for the African private sector to be also part of the discussion, like in the room as well. Now, I would like to kind of open up a bit as well the conversation and bringing in the kind of philanthropy aspect to it, so like the private philanthropy as well, if you don't mind. And I will here, as we've been talking a lot about a renewed partnership or a new deal or rethinking global, I don't know how we want to call that, but something that I think would be quite critical as well would be to also discuss and collaborate to develop on the continent, so in Africa as well, framework for private sector to be able to be more to have more appetite, maybe to also invest in social impact activities, because right now, so you will have some, like in Europe or in the US, so you do have a lot of frameworks like to kind of encourage companies as well to donate, so to have some of their profit invested into social impact. That's something that doesn't exist much on the continent. Sure. And I think it would be quite important to look at how we could also address this issue to just also allow the private philanthropy to develop more. And specifically, as we're looking at having a more long-term and transformative impact, so that we also have this kind of investment coming from the continent and those resources being mobilized as well on the continent. And the last thing I would like to add is that. And I think it was also mentioned by some of the panelists now and also like previously, is that when we're also looking at moving towards an investment mindset, and as we're thinking about or rethinking about this partnership, what is for me very much critical as well is to ensure that we talk and listen to the partners on the continent, so and understand that their priorities might not be our priorities, and and be fine with that. So there might be sometimes some heated conversation from time to time to find the right compromise, but I think it's very important to understand that their priorities might be different, and that the impact might also appear or might also need to be measured in a different way as well. Because sometimes, obviously impact is very important and everyone wants to be able to measure their impact. But sometimes the impact framework that we use, we miss some of the elements by using it, because there's, as we say, like some of the elements will be lost into translation, if I may put it this way.
Sure.
So let me stop here for now. Thank you very much.
No, Lisa, thank you for being here, but I'm interested to know, who do you have this conversation with in terms of the development agencies or the European Commission?
So at my level, the European Commission at this point, that's the first time we're having this conversation. Then in terms of development...
You see why I'm asking this question, right?
Definitely. Okay. In terms of development agencies, we do speak with IFD, and I think that's mostly the one that we've, at least for the ones on the panel, that's the one that we have been speaking with so far. Thank you.
Because there are forums. I mean, as I said, these gentlemen and others are in groups. And it's about how do you kind of get those groups to kind of come together with people like you and others? And it's like what Jean's comment about, we need to kind of break the bubble, which is both physical but also mental. So thank you very much for your comment. Colleagues, I have 1, 2, and 3 right at the back. Excellent. So first of all, good to see you. Please introduce yourself.
Camilla Bruckner, representative of the UN and director of the UNDP office here. So, I'm smiling to Luc, and to Reinhold, and to Jean, because my question is directed to you and a little bit in extension of what you just said. So first of all, I should say from the UN side that we very much welcome the Global Gateway Initiative in light of what Luc also highlighted, the need for, or the financing gap that we're facing at the moment, and we need more of these initiatives that really mobilize this kind of financing. We also welcome the 360 approach that should not only be rhetoric, I hope, because investment alone is not enough to build a holistic approach and ensure exactly to hit and benefit some of those who are left behind, because otherwise this project will not succeed, and the UN very much would like to see this succeed, because it also should help build back the trust between the EU and many of the partner countries that in Africa that should be strengthened, not least in light of today's result, etc. I don't need to elaborate on that.
But your question?
Yeah. So the question is.
Sorry.
Yes. No. You're absolutely right. The question is, what mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that it's not only the European companies that benefit from this effort? We heard early on somebody referring to the Oxfam report that I think, Luc, you actually participated in the launch with, that says that so far, most of the benefits seem to be coming back to the big European companies that are participating in the Global Gateway. So what mechanisms do you have in place? And to what extent are you using the mechanisms that are already present in countries, including some of the jointly invested mechanisms, such as the INFFs, the Integrated National Financing Frameworks, which are a platform to identify with governments what their investment needs are, and other plans or development plans that the countries have in place to exactly get cornered on the priorities that they have. So I would like to
the locality thing and the actually instruments you're using to engage the private sector. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, you had your hand up. Please do introduce yourself.
I'm a former EU ambassador to a couple of African countries, and I'd like to provoke my former colleagues, and notably Luc Bagu. We have been speaking about private sector leverage for at least the last 10 years. And we haven't, and much longer, probably. And we haven't so much to show for it. Because indeed, as Jean said, it's extremely complicated to bring all these people together. And we have been speaking a lot of blending, PPPs, and de-risking. But are we speaking about de-risking, or are we only speaking about shifting risks from the private sector to the donor community or the new partners, whatever you call them? And I'm taking a starting point, maybe the EcoBank CEO may confirm, in a lot of African countries, the banking sector is very liquid. So the problem is not necessarily a lack of capital, but the lack of investment opportunities in those countries for these liquid banks. And these lack of investment opportunities may be linked to the problem of governance, not conducive investment climate. And when Luc speaks about the 360% approach, the GRI approach, of course, it includes indeed these conditionalities which makes investing in Africa more attractive. Because basically, it's to improve governance that you really decrease risk rather than shifting risk. Now, my question is to all our partners in the panel, what do we do about governance issues in these new debates? We heard Malik Sall this morning say we should abandon political conditionalities, but shouldn't we reintroduce, on the contrary, a couple of investment climate-related conditionalities? And where those countries are not willing to create these improved environment, shouldn't we dare to be more selective in our ODA allocations, at least in those areas? Because as was said also earlier on, maybe we should distinguish and differentiate different types of ODA, but accept that these type of investment, let's say, commercially viable investments can only be sold in countries where you have reform-minded governments.
Okay, that's a difficult one. I mean, the governance one I get, and it's interesting that you don't talk about governance in the EU or the IMF. So when you speak to countries receiving money from the IMF, you are, as a country, under a strong stranglehold to change your economic model according to a model that doesn't fit parts of Africa. And I think that, so I suppose my response to that is that I think governance needs to be looked at across the piece. And sometimes the IMF and the others really need to look at hard in the mirror about the strings they attach or the models they attach to countries that they fund, and having to enable them to reshape themselves, which is not ingrained with how they see their future. But I will ask people to respond to that. Thank you, sir. Right at the back. Just right at the back there. And again, do introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Alina Orrico. I am with the European Development Finance Institutions. I'm actually Team Europe and Global Gateway Advisor. I would like to respond to that just along the lines of what you mentioned. Market creation is essential. I mean, what's the point of mobilizing capital, private capital, if you don't have projects or sufficiently projects to absorb them? DFIs would use their local offices to source projects on the ground, and I truly believe that the Team Europe coordination, which is an area where the DFIs are really focusing on when implementing Global Gateway, and it's been a coordination. It takes time, resources, and it's an investment per se. Project origination, if we exchange and we dedicate more time, frankly, to exchange in plain language with other Team Europe partners, and we dedicate more time to that, and we could cater to that, obviously. I agree, and I have DFI colleagues that can agree with that as well. If we jointly originate projects and dedicate blending finance or not only guarantees, EFSD Plus has been an incredible program. It's been innovative. It's been something that the DFIs are really craving, using, and are eager to pull off, but also together with the blending that is needed for all the Team Europe players to originate projects and focus on market creation, because we do need those investable, ready projects. That's what
but your question, or is that simply you wanted to...
I would like to trigger that as part of the conversation, because I'm always kind of like the person that hears everything, and in the end, like if that's something that I haven't heard, I truly wanted to just drop that into the discussion. I think we're missing out on that.
No, sure. And I think DFIs are an important element, but they need to, I suppose, again, it's the mindset issue that Jean speaks about. There is plenty of cash and plenty of players. It's about how do you mobilize them and create greater coherence within Europe to kind of get it. And I know the Team Europe stuff is, everyone's saying it's a breath of fresh air. But given where we find ourselves politically, we need to move much quicker. I don't have much time because I want to preference women in the audience, if I may, because we haven't had that many. So I want you to... Please.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Philomena Pico from the European Centre for Development Policy Management,
yeah.
the DPM. And so thank you to the panel for the very insightful discussion. I think for me, I lead the work on health now, and one of the concerns that I have, I mean, I'm all for private sector money, more quality, but also quantity, but also quality. But what I'm missing is aspects of regulation. So you're getting all this money to go into a new market. But the African countries that are probably receiving these investments are not as advanced in regulating the private sector, especially when it comes to social impact, as you mentioned, issues around health and education. So how do you guarantee that the people you're working with are not causing more social disparities, increasing inequality in access to health because it's too expensive, or education, or things like this?
How would you like it to see happen?
Oof. Yeah,
no, but you're there. Okay.
Not take the role,
okay, look,
but
I've asked
actual...
you a different question. My answer would be, I mean, for example, for me, if as a funder before, conditionality matters, right? So how you do the deal with the private sector and how you manage and monitor it makes a difference. But from your experience, what would it be?
It's a good question. Well, for me, I think that in some... Well, I'll speak about my own country, Uganda. I've seen examples where the private sector has a good idea, but then they're led to control a whole sector, for example, radiology, and then you make access to diagnostics so difficult, for you to get a CAT scan or MRI, where government is not necessarily involved because it's not their money. So how does government work with the private sector to say, okay, we're allowing you to open this in this district, but please ensure that your prices are also accessible to the local market? So this kind of considerations, and maybe just to hear from the panel if they've worked.
Absolutely, I'll give them all. And I'm conscious of the fact that we started 15, 20 minutes late, so I'm carrying on. But I do forgive you for wanting to go if you need to, because you obviously scheduled to be here for only an hour, which was till 3:30. But I am going to carry on for a little bit longer, if I may, because we did start literally 20 minutes late. I want to take one more contribution, that's it. And I want to bring you in, Christian, I want to bring you in specifically as a kind of end of this open conversation here. Introduce yourself, and I'll bring the panelists in. So obviously you'll introduce yourself, but the reason why I'm bringing him in is because he's worked in the German political system. You've been a foundation leader, and you've done a whole bunch of stuff other than that. And now you lead this thing, which you'll explain, which is called the Global Solutions Initiative. Give us your take on how we try and change a bit of this, because you've been long in the game. I mean that in the nicest way. But you've been in those different sectors also. So over to you.
Yeah, that's a rather tricky question. Thank you for that. Nevertheless, I think if to make it work, I think we really have to think also in more global structures. I know that's very high level now, but I think it will never fly. I think this was the topic all the day, Dharmendra. Yeah? So that we really had this inequality issue here. And not inequality issue on, say, several terms, but it's an inequality issue as part of the new global governance we urgently need. And therefore, I think the main game changer would really be, for all these issues we discussed earlier the day and also we discussed right now, I think moving an aid to an investment mindset also means we need to change the mindset of the actors, of the institutions which are concerned. So, and it starts, of course, with the renovation of the IMF, the renovation of the World Bank, the renovation of all the other, say, follow-up institutions which are linked to that one, and even within the United Nations. So I have joined the Summit of the Future in New York, and I think it was nice, but nobody is really tackling the fundamental issues. And let me make a case, and this is why I like this today so much, that we really can do a small jump forward. Yeah? So it's just a jump forward to say, hey, let's really think about this new global governance which gives the Global South already the equal say from the beginning, and not just always have to ask to be treated on an equal footing. You are on an equal footing. You have to be on an equal footing. And I think this is the most important point. And I'm very worried in a way, because right now we see a little bit the rise of austerity, of nationalism again. Sure. We will see what's the outcome of this morning's election in the US. So I think all these here together, I think we really have to see that we keep it on track. We should not forget about the heritage of the 4 presidencies of the Global South. I think they made a huge progress, also bringing issues to the forefront as the finance issue, sovereign debt restructuring, and the social issues, most of all, which are so important also for the development agenda. And I think this is also an issue, how we come to really true push on investment, and the mindset would also mean that not anybody in the, say, global North and West would see any engagement in the global South with a kind of an issue, maybe it's lost, yeah? This is simply the wrong mindset. I stop here, and thanks a lot to Africa Europe Foundation, Friends of Europe, and Moe Ibrahim Foundation for having this great day. Thanks a lot,
Thank you. You've branded it so well. Thank you. That's really helpful, Christian. Colleagues, so we've run out of time, right? And we're leaking people all the time here. Papa, I want to start with you. General response, you don't have to if you don't want to, but anything that kind of sparks you to say, I need to say this in my last few words.
A quick reaction to what has been said by EDFI and the gentleman from EU in terms of risk, governance, etc. I'm taking off a little bit my French hat to put it in the African and the Senegalese hat to say a couple of things. The first thing would be we should question ourselves at some point in terms of what we want to do and how we want to do things in terms of investment in the continent of Africa, because I've been hearing about the risk, Africa, risky, all sort of risk, geopolitical, political, natural, social. It doesn't stop. And yet, Mukhtar is here. I was in the Ministry of Finance of Senegal 2016. JP Morgan, 1.5 billion. Boom. Next year, $2 billion, euros, Eurobonds, etc., etc. And then, even today, the countries, like take the case of Guinea, $20 billion in the Simandou project. I can keep on going on, DRC, etc., etc. Why I'm saying this is at some point, if capital markets and big industries and deep pockets want to invest in risky countries, they do it. Why can't we do it? That's a simple question. And we sometimes also overcomplicating the issues. I was at World Bank annual meetings last week, and you look at the map from McNamara till the new president today, they've been complicated. Human rights, democracy, governance, gender, climate, nature, biodiversity. He mentioned it. If you put up all those conditionalities together, how would you deliver? How would you invest? How would you disburse? Just a question out there.
Fair. And when you say that you were like 2016, you must have been 12, both of you. Goodness me, you're so young. But thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. Reinhold, I want to come to you because I want to go development agencies. Any comments you have to make before I go? No, I'm going to end with Luc. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know Luc is engaged elsewhere. Just a very quick reaction to Camilla. Right now, I'm not worried about German, European companies benefiting too much. I'm worried about mobilizing more German and European companies to get engaged in our partner countries. It's rather the opposite. When we do technical cooperation projects in the countries, when we advise on whatever it is, transformation roadmaps, NDCs, energy system reform, the next question is, and where do you bring your companies to invest here and help us with it, finance the transition, implement the transition, and bring the technology? So that is my primary concern, and I think this is the thing, speaking of the aid to investment mindset, where we will branch out more, where we have to have a lot more conversations at home, also from the international cooperation landscape, in order to mobilize these new partners for progress in our partner countries.
Great. Luc, you need to go. Is that right?
Yes.
So, okay,
I was sending an email to the other and to explain that I will be late, but I would like to react on 2 points. Maybe a lot has been touched upon during the questions and comments session, but I would like to react on the 360 approach and on private sector. So first, on the 360 approach. I do not accept, in fact, the claim that Global Gateway abandons human development. And 2 of the 5 priorities under Global Gateway are education and health. 37 Global Gateway flagships are specifically on human development. And in 2023, INPA, our DG, spent 42% in human development. So the human development is still and will remain at the core of our activities. Global Gateway approach for supporting investment combines investment in hard infrastructure with soft investment for the surrounding ecosystem, as mentioned by Philippe. And this is indeed key to attract the partners and other investors. And coming to the private sector there, I will say that the starting point of Oxfam reasoning is totally false. Yeah. We are not subsidizing the private sector. It's exactly the contrary. We want the private sector to invest in the SDG. We want to, one example. Do you know that the top 10 asset managers have a portfolio of $30 trillion? Okay? So we need to attract a little bit of this money towards a number of countries and sectors that need them. Thank you.
It reinforces the point there's definitely money in the system. It's about how you work with it. Mokhtar.
Actually, it's quite interesting what you said here, the asset management industry and how large it is and how hungry they are toward a good project. But anyway, so those conditionalities, to come back on Papsar said, because I was personally involved in raising that $1.1 billion US dollar back then in 2016, which was one of the most successful ones. But again, to come back on a Marshall Plan, the Marshall Plan that I mentioned earlier here, I don't know how many of you know the OECD. The OECD is an offshoot of the Marshall Plan. And if you want to access capital market at a very, very cheap price, make sure you are a member of that club. Which Senegal was a member of that club, so they ended up kind of being very close to double digit and paying. So the whole that conditionality, so the Marshall Plan became a process, it became successful, and that it ended up creating institutions. So allow the same process also to take place on the African continent.
Excellent, my point well made, thank you. Jean.
Thank you. Two comments on the conditionality. I fully agree with what has been said. I think we are shooting in our own feet. If you put too many criteria, you will always have the same usual suspect. And I have an example. In Congo, I met an entrepreneur, and he was successful. And because he met a lot of the conditionality element, he was attracting most of the European DFI funding. And he said, actually, you know, Jean, I take those DFI because it's kind of sexy. They invite me to London and Brussels and Paris for meetings, but I could get a cheaper loan with EcoBank. I don't do it because I need it, but because it's sexy. And there, it's wrong. Then we are not doing the right thing, and we are not investing in the company that really needs those kind of funds. So I think the debate is somewhere wrong. And I agree with you, Papa. I was also at the World Bank 2 weeks ago. It's all about the better bank and a lot of sometimes blah blah, but sometimes, so you say, out of touch, out of the reality of the grant. So again, getting out of our bubble. And Camilla, on the question on the European companies, look at China. How China developed over the last 60 years. By attracting foreign direct investment, you need expertise, you need skills, and you need investments. So again, we shoot in our own feet by saying, we cannot have European companies investing in Africa. We need them, and we don't fund them. It's not, I think the report is because I'm sometimes accused as well as a neighbor, you are funding companies. We don't actually. It's parallel funding, and yeah, but sometimes the debate is perceived in the general public wrongly. We need these private investments, and the more European companies are investing in Africa, the more the European politicians will be interested in development aid. Sure. So in a way, it's a vicious circle. The less European companies, the less development aid. The more. And that's why we need, again, change the narrative.
Thank you. Last but not least, Anya. You're the independent funder around here.
Yeah, thanks very much. Not much to add. I mean, I think a lot, as I said at the beginning, is a little bit about who does what. Because I think there's a role for all of those institutions. There's a role for the World Bank, huge need for IDA. There's a role for small financing. Because those huge institutions, they have huge transaction costs, so their deals need to be much bigger. But I think what we need to be clearer about, that there's a role for all of those institutions. They need to be much less bureaucratic, that's for sure, and much better than in actually measuring. And at the end of the day, the risk, there's no magic in finding crowding in private finance. There's risk profile, and everything has a price. And I think information will help us, hopefully, with developing markets in Africa, also get better at pricing that. But yeah, it's there's a lot to do.
No, indeed. But I think let's leave the audience with not a hopeless point of view, but a hopeful point of view, in the sense that digitalization has a great capacity to create proxies for managing risk. And with satellite development, we know that in Africa you could do massive things, and the investment opportunity is great. But what I say to all of you, and I'm sure some of you are also in this, that you're in concentric circles of meetings. What needs to happen is to be intersectional, if you can, between the government, the development agencies, you, and the bank. There has to be an opportunity for all of you to come together, and that can't be rocket science, really, can it? It's just perceived bureaucracy and mandate. But, we can say that as an independent think tank. Sorry to have taken your time. I hope you found this effective, useful, instructive, but not boring. And, you've taken something away from this. What we do know is our world has changed. And we know our world has changed. And it will change even more dramatically in the months to come. And as I began in this, introducing this in this discussion, one of the things Europe's going to have to be, and as are other regions, is to be more self-deterministic, confident of itself, and not be reactive to what's happening across the pond. And actually being able to think about itself as an opportunity with self-confidence, and work with Africa and Asia and others. Look east and south in different ways, and don't always look to the west, to be able to be much more composed, confident, and I suppose master and mistress of its own destiny. On that point, thank you all very much. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks our speakers. Thank you.